Hey there, y'all. Hello, hello. Hey, everybody. How are we all doing today? Please ban Magnetic Christ. What's going on? Hey, Juno dear, how you doing? What's Magnetic Christ doing? Well, being a shit. Banana Brains, I talked about yeah, actually I did finish the new Ghost album. I did. I watched it and finished it lately. Has been spamming caps. Yeah, SN Flunky, we're talking about the India-Pakistan thing. Put on some music while we're waiting for people to come in a little bit. Not giving good vibes. Yeah, if I haven't noticed Magnetic Christ, but I guess if a mod's there, if you could put him in timeout, that'd be sweet. Thoughts? I think it's good. I think it's very what's the word I'm looking for? It's very it's a lot softer, I think, than their usual style. Vicky1312, thank you so much. First time I've ever caught one of your live streams. Love your content. Thank you. And that's not to say it's not like good, but it is like, I don't know. I think there's a lot more ballad to it. Yeah. Yeah, there's some Scorpions. There's definitely some like Def Leppard. So the other thing I noticed is that it's not quite, because sometimes a band, especially with metal, sometimes a band will do like, they just have like a weird experiment, and it'll be, you know, I think Korn did this, Disturbed did this, which obviously very different kinds of metal, but they'll just have this weird experimental phase where they're like, hey, we're just gonna add like a bunch of fucking synthesizers and techno and like breakdowns and shit, just to see how it's, which like is fine, but it's not like that at all. Like it still has, the thing I enjoy about Ghost is they have a very restrained sound, even when they're like very big and operatic and sweeping with the melody itself. They're not like in that same way that I think a lot of like power metal and a lot of like very big like operatic, you know, like what the fuck am I? Dream Theater is a great example of like, I think it gets a little bit too big. Guns N' Roses, yeah, Guns N' Roses is a great example of anyway. Dak Domain is cat now. Dak Domain is cat now. Lance from the Surfs did feature my Brianna Wu takedown, so that was cool. Thank you. Yeah, I'm actually going on the Surfs this Thursday. And so not only am I going on the Surfs, I will be, and this is going to be like literally back to back, like I'm going to be hopping from one to the other. I'm going to be going from hanging out with Lance and the Surfs in Leftist Mafia on Thursday. And then right after that, I will be recording an episode of Western Kabuki. Yeah. And then there's a Charlie Kirk Buck Angel debate. Yeah, I think I had this kind of revelation when I was listening to Ghost on my like 3-mile hike run that I do lately, where like, oh shit, it is hot in here. I didn't even notice. It's like 75 in here. 3-mile hike run I do lately. I'm actually going to go, yeah, I'm going to go turn my AC on real quick. Just because, like, I don't want to get too uncomfortable for my babies. I know. Somebody needs to tell Hassan he needs to fucking watch the Brianna video. For real. For real. The ears have immense whimsy. I think we need some immense whimsy. Ethel Cain should collab with Chelsea Wolfe. That would fucking whip. That is like, honestly, I'm kind of surprised that hasn't happened yet, because they're so, like, those two sounds would go so hard together. And Chelsea Wolfe does collabs with other artists all the time, so I think that would be fucking rad. But no, I was listening to Ghost, and like there was something about one of the new tracks that was like very sweeping and operatic in a way that reminded me of Dio, and it put me down because I was like, oh fuck, I'm gonna listen to like some like All the Fools Sailed Away, and I think it was very similar there. And listening to Dio again, you get into this kind of, to a lot of people, I think they fail to delineate the difference between like heavy metal and metal in the 80s, especially, where you have like, okay, you can look at something like Motley Crue or and I guess heavy metal versus glam metal is more of the thing, but like you look at something like Motley Crue or Def Leppard and listen to the production and notice that is different from the production of something like, say, Motorhead or Judas, well, some of what Judas Priest was doing, like Painkiller or the early 80s stuff. Because a lot of other bands tried to kind of get in on that glam metal sound with that style of production. Judas Priest was one of them. Like if you listen to, even though I love Turbo, or Turbo Lover at least, like if you listen to that, you're like, yeah, no, they're definitely trying to sound more like Sunset Strip hair metal bands slightly. Yeah. Hollow Coffin. Oh, I love Dio. I was just reorganizing my shelves, and I have them standing next to each other. I have my little Super 7 Dio and Eddie figures right here, which is my dumb toy bullshit for the day, showing off. Judas Priest so post 70s is so mad. I don't know if you can say that about Painkiller. Like look, if you want to say like, okay, Ram It Down, Turbo, if you want to say like some of the albums after Painkiller are meh, but like I don't know, but like Painkiller, fuck. Yeah. Mantua Maker 2, thank you for 14 months. Lurk often and over a year flies by. Damn. Well, thank you for being here. For 14 months, goodness gracious. It's weird that you mentioned health. HL Longro, it's weird that you mentioned health because I went through like a huge health phase right after I got back from DC. The production is, I could not disagree more. I could not disagree more. And then I think like if you want to be like the mid-aughts Judas Priest records are fucking whatever, like sure, yeah. I like some tracks off of like Nostradamus. I like some tracks off of Redeemer of Souls. What was the other one they did? Angel of Retribution. But then like until Firepower, they to me they hadn't really, and I don't think Firepower is as good as Painkiller, but they hadn't really reached those heights again. Yeah. I mean, like, hey, you're gonna somebody's saying riffs no leads. I got blocked by many for my lack of Painkiller love. Like, whatever. Like, some things are gonna hit different for some people. Like, hey, look. I know there are a lot of people who will fucking go to the grave saying that fucking Metallica Black isn't a real metal album. It's not one of the good Metallica was only good for like the first 2 albums. And it's like I'm sorry, I can't fucking hear you. I'm over here riffing on one. I can't hear over darkness imprisoning me. And I'm like, nah. Like, I ain't trying to hear that bullshit. Have I heard of Sabaton? Yeah, I've heard of Sabaton. I like Sabaton. Sabaton's one of those bands. There are a number of bands that I like. When I get into like phases of certain genres, what I do generally is I will go and if I like a band or I like a song, I'll download an album. If I've liked an album, I'll download a different album. This is what happened with Armored Saint, where I really like some Armored Saint stuff in the 80s where Can You Deliver is a fun song. It's like a fun, it's very 80s. Can you deliver? Like, it's 80s as shit. And then somebody recommended to me, they were like, people are sleeping on Armored Saint because their fourth or fifth album, the one that was like, I think it came out in 92, 93. It was on the edge of every hair metal band either falling off the face of the map or trying to do a grunge thing, trying to pivot. And Symbol of Salvation for Armored Saint, incredible, fucking incredible. Like that's good fucking like strip down metal. Like from the opening, like the very opening riff. Oh, so fucking good. And then I got to see Armored Saint live, which was very fun. And so they kind of went back on my rotation recently because they opened for Wasp when Wasp came through here, and Wasp is one of my favorite bands, or at least it was in high school. And so it was really cool being like, god damn, the like Blackie Lawless still has good pipes, and he's obviously still been working on them to like. The stage presence and the singing was way better than some of what I had heard from shows before. So that was cool. But the Armored Saint singer, holy shit. Holy fucking shit. Damn. Yeah, I think that was around the time Motley Crue. Yeah, a lot of people tried to do that grungy sound or try and do it in their own way. I think, so here's the thing. I think a lot of people misattribute it to trying to do like commercial mainstream grunge, and some of them did. Don't get me wrong. The Motley Crue album, whoo, that's fucking rough stuff. But then you have stuff like people will tell you that Dio's Angry Machines was like his attempt at a grungy album, and I'm like, even Strange Highways, and I don't see it. I don't see it. A good one that people actually really fucking overlook is Warrant. Their last album, Dog Eat Dog. Yeah, which like go fucking listen to April 2031 and tell me that Warren doesn't have the fucking juice. Like everybody's like, oh, you know, Cherry Pie, it's the one strip club song, but like the fucking singer from Warrant, oh, so good. Like go listen to I Saw Red, go listen to Uncle Tom's Cabin, fucking miss me with this like fucking hair metal bullshit. Thoughts on KFD? All right, here's my hot take. When I was a teenager, I really loved Kill Fuck Die. For those who don't know, Dorothy Slutman, like the riffs in Strange Highways are so good, and like all of the B-side, like it has such a weird, you know, it's one of those albums that Strange Highways is kind of like Born Again by Black Sabbath, where it's like, if somebody wants to look at it and be like, this isn't really great, I'm like, yeah, you're probably right. But it has so many unique, like really fucking just heavy like riffs or like refrains that I'm like, this fucking whips. Like the Dio track Jesus, Mary, and the Holy Ghost like just fucking comes in with that screaming, like, oh, so good. Yeah, no, KFD. All right, so for those who don't know, Kill Fuck Die was Blackie Lawless, then Wasp. I mean, still Wasp, but attempt to do kind of like a more Marilyn Manson sound. And as a teen, I really loved it, and I still, when I go back to some of the tracks, it is the sound of somebody who is going through some shit in life. It is. In the same way I kind of like, or at least it's grown on me over time, some of Saint Anger, where it's like, again, this isn't technically good, right? Like I'm not gonna be like, oh, Saint Anger is like, oh, it's one of the best, like, oh, it's so underrated. Like, no, it's rated where it is for a fucking reason. But there is an emotional tenor to the music itself. There is a passion to it that I think shines through. Like when you listen to those first couple tracks of Saint Anger, if somebody goes like, hey, did you know that they were all like fucked up and going through rehab and hating each other and constantly fighting with each other, and you're like, oh yeah, no, I fucking see it. Yeah. And like once you get past those drums, like there's some good shit. But yeah, no, I like KFD. It is funny though how much Blackie like very obviously took from Nine Inch Nails, or let's say referenced. I'll give a little bit more. Give a little bit more credit, because there is even the refrain in the title song of KFD is, can't take the pain from me, and it's literally just the no, you can't take it, no, you won't take it, from Head Like a Hole, from the Nine Inch Nails album. It does sound like a garbage can. I'm not fucking gonna lie. El Salve, thank you for $5. What I love about you, Dead Dummy, is your feisty rage and injustice, but also your empathy and compassion towards vulnerable groups like a mama bear. Oh, thank you. Saturn Seagoat, thank you for 2 months. Thank you for being the background audio, getting me to graduation these last few weeks. Congratulations. Congratulation. Graduation. There you go. Oh yeah, I fuck with Skinny Puppy too. Key 9107, thank you for $5 for the Saint Anger call out. Everybody makes fun of me when I say anything good about it, but honestly, I love it. I know it's bad. Like, hey, look, to me, it's very similar to Chinese democracy, where it's like you listen to. You can say, okay, the rest of the album, because like honestly, some of the later tracks in Sane Anger are like what are we doing here? But like those first couple ones, again, if you can deal with the drums, kind of banger. Some Kind of Monster, oh, so fucking like Some Kind of Monster. Oh, so good. But yeah, then Chinese democracy has the same thing where if like those first 3 tracks, good shit. Weird. Some weird music in there. Fucking Axl Rose was on one for like 15 years to make that fucking track. What has Matt Walsh done now? Oh boy. We're going to talk about how similar the KFD and KMFDM sound similar to art. I don't think they sound that. I think they just have 3 of the same letters. No, Corporate Carrots, it's not like, shitty punk band, shitty drums. It's tinny in a way that is like, it's so, like, it's abrasive. It's annoying. Like, it really is. I'm not like, Flashcord photo. Brody Smiles, thank you for tier 1 for 20 months. Wino a live domain? We'll get around to it. Shiloh. It's Shiloh. Yeah, it's Shiloh. I know. I saw that. I meant to put on that Jose video. Jesus Christ. All right, let me actually look something up real quick because I just got something. What the hell, man? All right. Oh my God. Why is YouTube chat wild again? I would fucking love for Rage Against the Machine to actually release new material. I kind of think it's fucking time, honestly. Like, I think it would be incredibly fitting for them for their last stuff to have been released, around the Bush administration. Am I all right? Yeah, why? Why wouldn't I be? YouTube chat apparently not wild. All right. So, there we go. Oh yeah, Lola Lazuli. I looked at that. I need to go actually watch it. Somebody asking Ulamu Ui, what happened in India and Pakistan? So I talked about this a little bit last week. India and Pakistan, and again, I don't know how much we're going to talk about it today, but it is important to keep knowing or keep aware of, because there are going to be impacts to whatever happens in India and Pakistan. There are going to be ramifications at an international level, including the fact that Modi, who is currently I believe the prime minister, I think India has a prime minister. Yeah, prime minister of India, has been leading a vaguely far right, like Modi is on the level of a Trump. And a lot of that has inflamed nationalist sentiments against Muslims, particularly. So what you're seeing in India and Pakistan, it is something that has a lot of, as with many regions over in Southeast Asia, over in the Middle East, something that has a lot of fucking history to it that I don't feel fully comfortable talking about, but it is something that is now spilling over into open conflict, much like Israel and Gaza. The major difference between Israel and Gaza is that Israel is tempting, they are trying to engage Iran and Iran proxies, or whatever the fuck they see as, the Houthis or ISIS or whoever they want to say are Iranian proxies. The major difference there is that both Pakistan and India are nuclear-armed states, which is scary as shit. Yeah, let's talk about this really quick, because it's been. No, we're tech speeds are off. We still have. We'll clear off the slate to talk about Matt Walsh, because that's gonna be. I'm gonna make a fucking stream highlight out of that. India and Pakistan have been in a Cold War since the Cold War. That is my understanding of it. India fired missiles into Pakistani-controlled territory in several locations early Wednesday, killing a child and wounding 2 other people, Pakistani authorities said. India said it was striking infrastructure used by militants. Tensions have soared between the nuclear-armed neighbors since last month's massacre of tourists in the Indian-controlled portion of Kashmir. India has blamed Pakistan for backing the militant attack, which Islamabad has denied. Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif condemned Wednesday's airstrikes and said the deceitful enemy has carried out cowardly attacks at 5 locations in Pakistan and that his country would retaliate. Pakistan has every right to give a robust response to this act of war imposed by India, and a strong response is indeed being given. The missiles struck locations in Pakistan-administered Kashmir and the country's eastern Punjab province. One hit a mosque in the city of Balwapur in Punjab, where a child was killed and a woman and man were injured. State-run Pakistan television, quoting security officials, said the country's Air Force shot down 2 Indian jets in retaliation, but provided no additional detail. Pakistan's Foreign Affairs Ministry said Indian forces launched the strikes while staying in Pakistan airspace, or staying in Indian airspace. Other locations hit were near Murid in Punjab and Kotli in Pakistan-controlled Kashmir. It said the attack reportedly resulted in civilian casualties and posed a significant threat to commercial air traffic. This reckless escalation has brought the 2 nuclear-armed states closer to a major conflict. India's defense ministry said at least 9 sites were targeted where terrorist attacks against India have been planned. Quote, our actions have been focused, measured, and non-escalatory in nature, which, by the way, is a fucking bullshit lie. Like, Okay, so one of the things I want to talk about today is Trump's budget proposal, and how they are, in fact, not cutting down on defense spending and war spending. Because as much as the Trump PR and the Trump fucking propaganda mill will have you believe that, oh, Trump he's an anti-war president. He doesn't want anybody getting into wars, and he wants to put a stop to all wars. The fact of the matter is that he has done nothing to meaningfully speak out against Israel's war in Palestine. And based on the support that Modi has, which includes Trump, Vance just visited the region, I'm willing to bet he will do nothing to meaningfully speak out against this either. And I would bet you dollars to donuts the Indian government knows this. The Indian government has probably been watching very closely what America does as far as funding and continuing to fund Israel and Palestine. We are living up to the commitment that those responsible for this attack will be held accountable. Sharif has convened a meeting of the National Security Committee for Wednesday morning. Stephanie Dujarric, the UN spokesperson, said in a statement late Tuesday that Secretary General Antonio Guterres was, quote, very concerned about the Indian military operations near the line of control and international border and called for maximum military restraint from both countries. Quote, the world cannot afford a military confrontation between India and Pakistan. Muzaffarabad, the main city of Pakistan-controlled Kashmir, resident Abdul Samad said he heard several explosions and that some people were wounded in the attack. People were seen running in panic and authorities immediately cut the power, leading to a blackout. Waqar Noor, the region's interior minister, said authorities have declared an emergency in the region's hospitals. So the reason I want to touch on that, and I am going to, I don't know if I'm going to do a video on it. I might do a stream highlight, but I want to do more research on the topic and present it to you at some point soon. Because India-Pakistan is a very important issue that is going to only be more important. If there is something we've seen, if there's one thing we can tell from the escalation in Gaza, which is now, make no mistake, a full-blown humanitarian aid crisis, these problems do not simply go away. And, as we've seen, they very deeply affect American politics. The war in Gaza had a direct, and I shouldn't even say war because it's not war on equal footing in any way. The genocide in Gaza had an undeniable effect on the 2024 election, at least for the left, where a lot of support for Kamala, a lot of support for the left-leaning party was withheld based on their perceived support, or at least lack of any speaking out against it. For all intents and purposes, the reason that America supports, because people have asked, like, hey, why does America support Israel so much? And it is not just that you have weirdo, bloodthirsty Christian evangelical doomsday cultists, which you do, who think that Israel is going to be the place of Christ returning, and like you do have fucking weirdos like that. Don't get me wrong. But at a more pragmatic, at a more statesman level, you have the idea of Israel being America's proxy. They are our, what's the word? What's it called when, not a ward, like a champion, right? Like if you have somebody represent you in a tournament, that's what a proxy war is, right? They are our, who's what? Sylvie Soviet, thank you very much for following. They are our proxy in the perceived fight against Iran. Our champion of the Middle East, essentially. And it gives us, being such strong allies with Israel, is really the only foothold we have in the otherwise incredibly Muslim world of the Middle East. Vassal, thank you. Oh, fucking Zeril with the hot words. Thank you. Zeril, Vassal, exactly what I'm fucking talking about. Exactly. Now, I don't think that will happen, at least not with India. The thing with India is that, and I learned this when I was going through a Bollywood movie phase a year or two ago. The Western world really doesn't know shit when it comes to India and the nuances of the different political regions and divisions. Because, and I think partially it's where it's situated in the in Southeast Asia. They found the guy commanding the unit that murdered Hind Rajab, Lieutenant Colonel Benny Aaron. Thrall. I too have gone through a Bollywood movie phase. Yeah. And one of the things, if you watch a lot of like Bollywood dramas or Bollywood just movies in general, first off, you learn that like Bollywood, not technically the right term, because there are so many different provinces and so many different regions, each with their own like vaguely nationalistic outlook. And this is really why I want to do more research into it, because it is such a massive, sprawling, like geopolitical nexus of issues in Southeast Asia. Brutus Magson, a world war is very difficult to define. So here's the thing. I actually don't think it is. Because if you look historically at, okay, what are the combining factors of World War I and World War II, aside from the fact that World War I directly led into World War II? Not too terribly much, right? And we are like, one was very localized. World War II, or just the Pacific. If you count Hawaii as being North America, if you count espionage and shit like that as being North America and South America, like it was fought on almost every continent. And so was World War I. The thing right now that people, everybody's like, oh, World War III, is that like, to necessitate, again, a world war, yeah, conflict would need to kind of break out everywhere. I mean, Pact 1558, there's that, like, if you are defining wars and campaigns as being a world war because they took place all over the world, or at least all over the known world at the time, like, I'm sure there's a lot of arguments you could be made that, yeah, like, fucking Alexander the Great, and like when the Roman Empire fucking stretched all over the place, that yeah, there were those could be called world wars in a way. Bollywood refers to the film industry in Mumbai, which is the biggest and reaches all parts of India and the world. It is all in Hindi, which is kind of the lingua franca of India. Well, so there's Hindi, and then there are other dialects and stuff that films are made in. Gujarat. Audio keeps cutting out. Man. Hello, Soul the Witch. How are we doing? Are we back? Does it keep cutting out? Because it's not showing anything on my end. Tamil version of Bollywood. Yeah. There is. Moth, I'd say a war between major alliances, not contained to proxy wars, ground invasions between major powers. Yeah. I think that's probably the best. Like, when American troops are actually... yeah, because the Afghanistan war is not exactly a battle between major powers, is it? Thank you so much, Angelo, for $4.99. Candy on Marx's Body Double, thank you for following. Harundo, thank you for subscribing with Prime. Don't have anything particular to say, just wanted to support in these trying times. Thank you for continuing to fight the good fight. Thank you very much, Angelo. So, I wanted to talk about Trump proposes $163 billion cut to U.S. budget that slashes domestic spending from Reuters. Do y'all remember, and I know you're going to have to really dig in your mind palaces for this one, but just a couple months ago, Elon Musk and Trump wouldn't shut the fuck up about how them hacking and slashing and cutting tens of thousands of jobs and firing and laying off people. They were saving people so much fucking money. Your boy Max4, what was leading up to this? So that's what I wanted to talk about more at some point, is that, again, the history of India and Pakistan and the difficulties inherent in the region. Like, it reflects very much so the Palestine-Gaza situation, in that there are decades worth of scattered fighting, of proxy conflicts, of political upheavals, and religious and cultural differences that have been clashing for a long-ass time. And it does not do me justice to bring that information to you, or it doesn't do me justice, but it is not beneficial for anybody for me to just say, like, oh, well, to judge it on its face as, this is Modi being a bloodthirsty far-right autocrat or whatever, because the issues go much deeper, and you can't really understand how the issues are going to proceed without seeing how they developed in the first place, right? Neridian, yeah, we're going to talk about the trans-military ban in a second, too. May 2nd, Trump's administration on Friday proposed a $163 billion cut to the federal budget that would sharply reduce spending on education, housing, and medical. So what we're seeing here, one of the things, so I need to actually, let me see if I can find that interview. There was an interview Trump did recently where he talked about how, yeah, no, Quinn the Vixen, we're just getting to it.
When will you speak to President Xi of China?
That'll happen. I mean, look, right now, and I told you before, they're having tremendous difficulty because their factories are not doing business. They made $1 trillion with Biden, $1 trillion, even $1.1 trillion with Biden selling us stuff. Much of it we don't need. Somebody said, oh, the shelves are going to be open. Well, maybe the children will have $2 instead of $30, And maybe the $2 will cost a couple of bucks more than they would normally. But we're not talking about something that we have to go out of our way. They have ships that...
Oh my gosh, hey, friend of the channel, Savvy Writes Books is in the chat. Hey, Savvy. Yeah, no, you showed up just, like, literally just in time for the dolls. That you might be one of the only people I know who actually has $30. I think. You probably have $30. It is... So the dolls comment has been such a sticking point, and he has repeated it to a point that I know he thinks it's a good, like, tough love. It is becoming readily apparent even to Trump and even to his administration and the PR movement behind him that they cannot stave off what is coming from these tariffs forever. that the American people are going to feel. Whoa, hey, yo, whoa, we got a lot of people. Hey, thank y'all for following. Little Cookie Corey, thank you for following. Reverberated Moss Planet Piss, Specks of Marlite, and Splotchia, thank you so much. It is more chum, but they don't need so many toys. Funny you mentioned that, nitric oxide. This is the way, this is the most sugar-coated way they can put the idea that you are going to, and again, this is by the way, what everybody from Alex Jones to fucking Rush Limbaugh for the last 20 years has been noting, oh, this is what's going to happen if we implement the communist policies, the socialist policies of Obama and the social safety nets, is that you're going to own even less and everybody's going to share things and you're going to only have 3 things instead of 100. And who would fucking guess that it's now here and it's in service of making rich people richer. The line that, and I've seen it even on social media, the line that Trump supporters are taking and running with is that this is actually all going to be good. We are already starting to see, and in the next week or two especially, we're going to start really seeing the impacts of tariffs. But you're already starting to see, if you go and look at small business owners, people who do Etsy, for example. I just saw somebody to get their supplies shipped to Canada for what they make costs like $200. To America, that's those same supplies that they use for their small business cost $400. Which is unfucking tenable for a profit margin. And all of the Trump supporters are like, well, yeah, this is actually good, so we should make all these things in America. Okay, fucking Henry Ford, are you gonna go out and start these fucking factories? Like there's this idea of we'll talk about Trump's Alcatraz thing and the Hollywood video thing. So many of these ideas and this approach to economic growth and development are based in like the mindset of people 50, 60, 70 even years ago. Where they're like, yeah, no, we'll just, restart up those factories. Like the idea, for example, I think this ties greatly into Alcatraz as like a microcosm of this issue, where Trump is just like, yes, we're gonna reopen Alcatraz. But when you look at Alcatraz is a national park that has been closed as a prison for 60 years, 70 years. The infrastructure is completely outdated, weathered, worn, dilapidated, not fit for prisoners, and not even in a like, oh, well, this is inhumane, like these buildings are fucking falling apart way. So you're going to spend millions and millions of dollars to rebuild the entire complex to what end? Because the reason Alcatraz was closed was because it was expensive to maintain. Like there's no food on the island. There's no supplies on the island. You have to fucking boat them. But it is this outdated idea. Like it is literally Trump and his fucking lackeys' heads being stuck permanently in the 60s and 70s. Where they're like, yeah, no, we can just bring back coal jobs. To where? Like, the coal belt towns that have been fucking stripped bare by major corporations? Like, ugh. Okay. Did the UK halt the shutdown of its last steel mill in response to the tariffs? I could see that fucking happening for sure. Like So one thing that we're also seeing is, and I just saw a story about how, like, for example, Wisconsin grows a shit ton of the United States ginseng, which is a major export in Wisconsin. But it's exported to China. And China's retaliatory tariffs, the people who export ginseng cannot export it. So it's just a shit ton of ginseng just sitting there in a fucking warehouse in Wisconsin. And you have all of these brain dead dipshits who are just like, well, yeah, I guess you got to sell it to Americans now. And it's like, if they could sell it to Americans, if the American want for ginseng was there, they would already be selling it to Americans. It is the idea of these tariffs being good in any way. Any major economist will tell you this is the dumbest shit in the world that he does not understand. And nobody, the real fucking cancer upon this discourse is how Trump's sycophantry, his loyal audience will just take any talking point they're given and repeat it ad nauseum, even though, hey, in essence, they are simply repeating the shit that he already doesn't know. Like, when they say that, oh, you know, we're losing all of this money on tariffs, our trade deficit is billions of dollars every year. It's okay. We are not losing that money. China is not gaining that money. The trade deficit is simply the difference between what we export and what we import, because America imports more than we export. But the economy is still based on importing and exporting. So when you stop all exports, or no, sorry, you stop all imports because of the fucking tariffs, because they don't want to pay the tariffs. The people buying over here don't want to pay the tariffs. And then China has retaliatory tariffs that they're like, okay, well, fuck you. We're not buying your shit then either. What the fuck? You're going to charge us to have you sell our shit? Fucking what? It's so... Mackenzie L, that's fucking wild. My aunt and uncle think it should be illegal to say anything that doesn't support Trump or his policies. That's fucking banooners. Jeremy Smith, he knows what he is doing. Thinking otherwise is missing what these people are doing. The wealthy love economic downturn. They end up so much further on top of it. Okay, so here's the thing. Like, you're not wrong, right? Trump does at least have a dog, can you not do that like right here? Thank you. Trump at least has a working knowledge that the people he surrounds himself with, his kids, you know, for example, yeah, they are going to be making money off of whatever happens in the stock market. Like Trump does know that. I fully expect that he knows that, like, yes, his organization, and when people comment on it, like, well, Mr. President, you, when you have a fucking AP reporter, MSNBC reporter being like, you bought up all of these foreclosed houses and all of this stuff, and he's gonna be like, well, my organization did this, and you're very lazy, and you're very bad news, you're making us look bad. Like, he's gonna turn to his old tricks and shit. But the problem is that he genuinely does seem to think, and I do believe that he thinks that this period is going to be a little bit of pain for, somebody was saying it in the chat earlier, a little bit of pain for long-term gain. That's not what's going to fucking happen unless these tariffs are reversed. Like, it isn't just switching lanes, right? Because you've had these ideas foisted by every president for the last 20, 30 years. Like these ideas looking at how do we take these struggling American communities that were, you know, boom towns, for example, that dried up, How do we open up American oil reserves? And it's not just, well, don't get me wrong, a lot of it is in service of the rich, the wealthy lobbyists pushing for these bills and pushing for deregulation to continue getting richer, to have very little oversight on the unethical shit that they're doing. Don't get me wrong there. But a lot of it is also looking at the bar lines, the bar graphs of these people are moving here, these places are dying. How can we fucking change that? And there is no plan from point A to point B with Trump's plan currently. It's literally that meme of like, 1, tariffs, 2, tell people they won't own as much, 3, question mark, for profit. It's like, how are these things? Because as much as the people who support Trump might not want to fucking acknowledge it, simply saying we'll buy American, we'll start a factory, start making it in America, is not a functional fucking plan when you are going through an economic downturn, right? Well, you just gotta pull yourself up by your bootstraps doesn't fucking work when nobody has capital to invest. Like this tough love shit, it sounds great on paper, but the functional outcome is that you are going to have all the rich people who, even if they have a little bit less money, because they're bringing in a little bit less, they're still fucking rich. They still have all the stocks. They still have all the investments. And so you're going to get people like Elon Musk, Mark Andreessen, all these fucking Silicon Valley weird tech oligarch psychos who are going to be the ones investing, right? In this new economy. They're going to be the ones opening up these factories. And so what you're actually getting, you are not getting this Liberation Day, this new freedom for American innovation and equality and everything. What you are getting is a consolidation of power, moving of capital from the lowest working class, from any remaining shred the working class had, to a total reliance on the capital of the wealthy and the elite in a way that we have not seen before. Hurundo, all of our domestic producers, and we do have some, are simply going to raise their prices as demand goes up. Will they have they will have extremely long lead times. Yeah. Like America doesn't produce as much as China, but not for lack of fucking trying. Like this idea that we just got to start doing all of what China does. Okay. China has 100 years of fucking infrastructure behind what they've done. You can't go down a single road in America that isn't fucking crumbling. Because our tax dollars are going to cops to have APCs and military gear before we fund our fucking schools, before we fund our fucking roads, before we fund any kind of social safety nets, to get veterans off the streets, to make sure the elderly have houses. But yeah, no, let's just start we'll just tough it out. It's so frustrating because it's so functionally at odds with any tangible reality that is so easy to see. Ron SKFC, thank you for $10. Don't forget the Centralia coal mine fire. If you say Silent Hill, okay, you didn't. Coal mine fire in Pennsylvania has been burning since the 60s, expected to burn another 250 years, and he wants to go back to coal. Yeah. Haruka Tenno, Dead Domain, can we do the part that China did that involves building a robust high-speed train network? I'd love to. I'd really love to. I think that would be so fucking swell, honestly. Your boy Max, thank you for gifting a sub to Chaotic Kitten and Trippin' Stick. Thank you very much for following. Awesome Stella. I missed this one 7 minutes ago. Sorry. Oh, and Fernbee. Let me read these two out real quick. Awesome Stella. Thank you for 18 months. Hey, ODD. Just got here from Peden stream. Oh, she was watching the rest of your Brianna vid and liked it a lot. In other news, I got my ear pierced today And so happy as it's the first cosmetic change I've ever gotten. Absolute dub for femininity for real. Awesome. Awesome, Stella. Fernby, thank you for 2 months. Hello, I am back. Country's a nightmare, but in a brief spot of light, I had a bottom surgery consultation and it went really well. Fucking slay. Love that for both of you. Savvy writes books. Guys, Trump is clearly just trying to give us a Kit Kittredge summer. By bringing back the Great Depression, we can cosplay as a doll instead of owning one. Like, and here's the thing. Like, the truly grating, frustrating part of all this is that I would like to. Well, no. Let me go back. I don't want to give Trump the. Credit for being enough of a masterful manipulator to think about, like, oh, I'm going to just, for example, the announcing 100% tariff on movies produced outside the U.S., which is like, how do you enforce that? What does that even look like? What is that defined as? If I thought more of Trump, which I don't, I would say that he was throwing that shit out there as a smoke bomb to deflect from same with the Alcatraz shit, to deflect from any number of other things, like these comments he's been throwing out about dolls, which are patently fucking idiotic. Like Trump DOJ erases trans people from crime data surveys. Let me show another one I had. This shit is fucking crazy. Like, the Justice Department announces First Amendment investigation into Washington State's new anti-Catholic law. Now, if you haven't heard about this, you might say, well, what's an anti-Catholic law look like? That's crazy. What could be anti-Catholic about a law? Catholics, everybody loves Catholics. Washington State's new law adds, quote, members of the clergy to a list of other professionals who are required to report information received in a confessional setting relating to child abuse or neglect to law enforcement or other state authorities, with no exception for the absolute seal of confidentiality that applies to Catholic priests. So the Trump DOJ is trying to roll back a law in Washington State that prevents the anonymity of abusive priests and abusive children, that has caused no shortage of pain and suffering, particularly in the Catholic Church. It is, don't get me wrong, it's not fucking limited to Catholicism. But the idea that this is being depicted as an attack on Catholicism, anti-Catholic law. Are you fucking kidding me? Savvy writes books. OMG, I can't wait to see how my Catholic aunt who loves Trump and stop talking to me because I said, God damn it, and one of my books is going to justify this. Oh, well, I would say I'm sorry about that, but I don't. I have family that I don't talk to. I don't talk to most of my family, actually, because of the Trump stuff. I send the most contact I've had with my family in 8 months is every other day or so. I'll send my mother, and she's stopped responding long ago, but I'll send my mother a story like this about something that the Trump administration or the Trump DOJ or something is doing. And just be like, oh, so glad she voted for this. And she just never responds. I don't know if she reads it, but she deserves to know, so. Liquid NH, thank you very much for subscribing. Moth became a member. I guarantee you forced relaying of confessions will include gender affirmation as abuse. You're probably not wrong, unfortunately. Yeah. But like... To go back to what I was saying, I think there's like some people might be tempted to say that, like, oh, he's just throwing shit out there, he's just saying whatever in an erratic way to cause like a smokescreen for all of this other more nefarious shit. Like the fact that this was something I don't know if we've talked about. Trump orders swaths of U.S. forests to be cut down for timber. President's move to expand tree cutting across 280 million acres evades rules to protect endangered species. And an executive order is demanding an expansion in tree cutting across 280 million acres of national forests and other public lands, claiming that, quote, heavy-handed federal policies have made America reliant on foreign imports of timber. Quote, it is vital that we reverse these policies and increase timber production to protect our national and economic security. Are we sure it's national and economic security and not just making more people fucking richer? Because that's kind of what it seems like. But again, these are the kind of things. I think it is just a side effect of Trump being a fucking dum-dum, honestly. But it does have a function. For Trump to, have a weird senility episode where he's like, oh, we need to make Alcatraz great again. We need to like that one movie, and also movies should all be made here, so I'm just going to say that shit. It has the effect of making people not pay attention to these things, which are arguably more important because these are things that are actually likely going to happen or are already in the works. They are already happening around us with very little pushback because these stories get buried under the sensationalism of Trump, doing another whoopsie and saying fucking, kids might need to have 3 dolls instead of 30. And people being like, well, that's a fucking ridiculous. That's a dumb thing to say. Like him saying, oh, we're going to open up Alcatraz, and everybody goofs on it and memes on it. And the White House, 4chan intern puts out an AI image of Trump with a lightsaber, and everybody's like, well, actually, his lightsaber is red, and that's the color of the bad guy, don't you know? And it distracts and obfuscates from these things that are tangibly going to have repercussions that will last not just within our lifetimes, but until the entire planet is dust. Yeah, he's also deregulating crypto. Of course, he has a cryptocurrency. Of course, he's into crypto. Like, yeah, he's deregulating. I'm not surprised he's deregulating it, honestly. It is just the amount of... There is something to the sheer amount of shit being pushed constantly at all times that they know they cannot stem the tide of. That they know everybody else cannot avoid. And that is why more resources are going to go towards ICE. Non-defense discretionary spending, which excludes the massive Social Security and Medicare programs and rising interest payments, would be cut by 23%. The proposal would cleave more than $2 billion from the tax-collecting IRS. It would slice the budgets of the NIH and CDC by more than 40%. Here's the other thing. We are almost certainly going to see another pandemic, if not fucking 2. Do you think that measles outbreak in Texas just went away? As measles outbreak slows in West Texas, measles outbreak surpasses 700 cases, with most among children and teens. Surged to 702. Oh, it's no longer infectious. Why do I not fucking believe that? Oh yeah, E. coli. That was another one that's going out there. Missouri is now seeing measles. Great. Missouri confirms second case of measles since start of 2025. Huh. Third measles case confirmed as more info emerges. Well, I guess it is actually still infectious. But no, you've got somebody in charge of the NIH who's a Nepo baby who's going to say, actually, colloidal silver is going to be the best remedy. Colloidal silver, and if they're going to need instead of a measles vaccination, because that'll make your kids autistic and trans. Oh, Russell Vogt, awesome in this. Historic budget. The federal government has a growing $36 trillion debt pile. Some fiscal conservatives and budget experts worry Trump's proposal to extend, yeah, no shit, will add to it. The budget proposal calls for a $50 billion cut at the State Department as it absorbs the U.S. Agency for International Development. $2.9 billion cut to the IRS. Cuts to IRS can hurt tax collection and thus add to the deficit. Sharp cuts at NASA's moon program, but I bet SpaceX is still getting a lot of them federal funds and contracts, so hell yeah. Slashing 15% of the Department of Education. Department for Housing and Urban Development, which oversees housing assistance, would be cut in half. Oh, here we go. The administration says the budget would boost discretionary defense spending by 13%. Defense spending would remain at levels set under Trump's Democratic predecessor, which amounts to a cut due to inflation. We think the Hill will be with us as we get to talk. Calls for an additional $500 million in discretionary spending to bolster border security and aid Trump's push for mass deportation, as well as $766 million to procure border security technology funding and funding to maintain 22,000 Border Patrol agents and hire additional ICE officers. So we can spend $500 million and $766 million. But they are cutting funding to your child's school. They are cutting social safety nets. They are cutting your ability to get a house, to get housing assistance. They will continue pumping what little tax dollars they get, siphoning them from this gig economy where you have to work 3 jobs in a fucking Uber to afford an apartment with 2 other people. And that money is going to line the pockets of rich assholes like Russell Vought, like Trump, and also to deporting people to, if you haven't watched the stream highlight I did, on the prison in El Salvador, deporting people to a living hellhole where people are, if not already, almost certainly going to die from. Ma, thank you for $5. We'll be back to radium suppositories by the end of the decade. God. What? I want to see what Carson said real quick. That was over on, yeah, that was over on YouTube. Ah, bullshit, Carson Ford. Carson, it fucking took you long enough to stop the trolling. Media breakdown. Thank you for 2 months. An oligarch in a video game reminding me of Trump right now. Just listen to me and don't think about anything else. Isn't it easier that way? Yeah. Alrighty. Richard Thompson, thank you for $5. Thank you for being based in a world of toxic acid. I appreciate you. Awesome Stella, who I see when I see Mellor, Joseph Goebbels. Yeah. No, he absolutely is Goebbels. Like, there is no doubt in my fucking mind that Weasley little fuck sees himself as Goebbels. Directive 4, what kind of weirdo pretends to be a 12-year-old? Judge me by my enemies, dog. Judge me by my fucking enemies. That's all I have to say. Yeah. Mortified Penguin, RFK's obsession with vaccines and autism made me realize how much we're still suffering because of Andrew Wakefield shit. I'm working on a piece right now, so I've been spending the last couple days doing research, starting to work, well, writing, going back to some old pieces I had started writing, and then starting to work on some new stuff. And a lot of it is, I think I have 2 pieces that could end up being pretty in-depth, longer, like analytical essays, but I think I am going to start taking a look at more in-depth kind of philosophical concepts, and especially how they tie into our current tech overlords, people like Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, Mark Andreessen, and the people who have just made this fucking nightmare realm that we live in that nobody really knows their names. Like the only reason you know Elon Musk is because he has been so craven and hungry for attention, honestly. The Weasel speech about what he expects of schools last week. Yeah, no, I saw that shit. I loathe Miller. Loathe him. Your boy Max, thank you for giving another subby to Soul the Witch, and Way to Segoy, thank you for 14 months. I will be right back. I'm gonna feed my cat. She's yelling at me. And then we will get started on... we have a lot of other stuff to go through today. Oh, boy. Yeah, fucking your boy Max being a fucking real one today. Thank you so much. Alan Andrews Smith 777. Thank you for following. Juno Deer meow. Why does he not have? Oh, there we go. Yeah, 403K views. Yeah, hey, if you find yourself wondering why Matt is taking this approach, by the way, 403K views versus 176. Versus 38K. Although we'll have to watch this one too. Alrighty. Although I think that's his full podcast episode. God, why are you dressing like that? With the fucking hoodie denim jacket combo? Ugh. Dressed like a fucking metrosexual in 2004. God. Alright, I'll be right back. Ugh. Posting yourself. All right. Ah, I see what you did there. Lamau. Oh no. I destroyed the fan base. God fucking. I have so many slurs I want to call Matt Walsh. Okay. Are we watching My Favorite Cracker? Of all the crackers you can choose, Matt Walsh is your favorite? Oh. I doubt your cracker cred. Redirect them into my team. All right, so I think this is just the segment that he took out of it because he has to get that fucking bag. Paid promotion, of course it does. You fucking hack.
Saying the N-word.
Okay, so first off, I'm gonna preface this a little bit by saying that yeah, this is not the first time. I kind of already, because I am, let's say I'm pretty familiar with Matt Walsh's work, right? I'll take the ears off for this. I want this to be a little bit more serious. I am already pretty familiar with Matt Walsh's work. And because of that, I kind of understand how his brain works and how he goes about making excuses for things that he thinks are ultimately acceptable. From everything I've already seen on Twitter, where of course he's getting backlash from other conservatives about defending this woman, he is taking the coward's way out. Which I fully expect, which is to say that Matt is going to tell you that this is actually good that this woman is getting over $600,000 now, by the way. $600,000 for calling a child a racial slur. Now, the reason he's going to tell you that's good is because it is apparently pushing back against cancel culture. And I want to talk about this notion of cancel culture, particularly as Matt is going to use it, because I can almost, again, I haven't watched this yet, but I can guarantee that he is going to go with his old tried and true idea that cancel culture is basically being called out and critiqued in any way. And as you're watching this, I want you to fucking consider, if a woman calling a child by racial slurs, harassment by any metric, vile, racialized, horrendous, outdated bigotry directed at a child, if that is not enough to be canceled over, then I want you to consider, what the fuck do you think Matt Walsh would actually think is worth criticism, is worth being reproached about? Because I don't think there's really an answer as long as it aligns with his overall ideological framework. I truly believe that he would continue to find any excuse for these horrible things, as long as he can back up and say, well, I'm not bowing to the cancel culture mob. Never apologize. This has been his thing for a while. So let's see. That's just my prediction. Let's see how it actually goes, huh?
Word to a child in a moment of anger is bad. Is it so bad that it warrants the total and permanent destruction of a person's life? Now, to the social media mob, the answer is always yes. By now, you may have heard the name Shiloh Hendricks. Up until last week, no one outside of her friends and personal acquaintances knew she existed. Now she's at the center of...
I do want to point out that this ridiculous fucking, like, first day of school, 8th grade fit he's got going on. The problem is that the combination around the neck of the padding from the hoodie with the sweatshirt underneath and then a coat over it draws all of the attention to this kind of area. and it makes his hands look ridiculously tiny. He looks like he has those little fake hands that you stuff in a jacket, you know, so like it looks like you have little tiny baby fork hands. That's what it looks like, though. But anyway, continue.
One of the more intense social media controversies that we've seen in recent years. And it all began in the late afternoon on April 28th, when the woman we now know as Shiloh Hendricks took her young child to a park in Rochester, Minnesota. And at some point, a black child, reportedly 5 years old, tried to steal something from her diaper bag. Shiloh apparently responded in anger, and as the story goes, she called the boy the N-word. Now, a man named Sharmaki Omar, a Somali immigrant and not the boy's father, allegedly witnessed this altercation and decided to pull out his phone. And the resulting video has gone extreme.
So really quick. All right. Sharmaki. Okay. KTTC News sounds better than Hindustan Times, reportedly. With the child of his own on the spectrum, Omar said he felt he did what he thought was right. Quote, if nobody else is going to do it, I'm going to have to do it. I don't have to ask permission for anybody. After he began recording the incident, Omar said the woman's reaction surprised him. Quote, I thought she was going to deny it and walk away when there was video, and she saw that I was recording. She doubled down and even tripled down. Goal of 1 million to protect her family. Rochester branch of the NAACP has shown support for child affected by also crowdfunding more than $150,000. Omar said he can't leave his residence, and he and his family have received death threats. Do you think Matt's gonna talk about that? Do you think so? Do you think so? A point that has made the rounds on social media in the discussion of this incident is excuse me. Oh, goodness gracious. Oh, dog, Jesus. Give me a scare. I'm fine. Thank you. The lady is worried about me. Yeah, nitric oxide. The thing that is going around now, and here's a fun double back that they love to do, is that you saw this with the Kyle Rittenhouse thing, where one of the people that Kyle shot had previously a charge for a sex crime. I think it was with a minor. And they suddenly were like, well, so you think it's bad to kill pedophiles? And it's like, Kyle didn't know that when he shot somebody. It could have been a single mother of 3. It's immaterial to the point of what happened in the moment. But people like Matt Walsh are going to want to bring this up. People like Matt Walsh's defenders are going to want to bring this up because it helps, in their eyes, it helps them to bring up these charges, by the way, that, as we see here in 2022, Omar was charged with 2 sexual assault charges. However, both have been dismissed, which means there was not enough evidence found to sustain them. They did not press charges. I don't know what happened there. Let's look it up. Sharmak Omar. I love how they like frame this as though he murdered her. Like what the fuck is this framing, Hindustan Times? In 2023, 2 Rochester men, Mohammed Hussein Omar and Sharmak Beyale Omar, appeared in court on charges of criminal sexual conduct. However, the Olmsted County Attorney's Office dismissed charges in March of 2025. Court documents state the case was dismissed in the interest of justice. Republican state delegate and precinct chair Sarah Fields tweeted identifying the man as Sharmak Bilal Omar. Quote, many are calling him a pedo due to an older case where he was accused of assaulting a 16-year-old. However, according to court documents, the accusations were dropped. He was cleared of all allegations. He has several children and was allowing them to play at the park when the incident occurred. I've seen Matt Walsh ask, and again, this is, do not ever let somebody tell you that the Daily Wire does journalism. Because I know for a fact Matt Walsh didn't actually look any of this shit up. Because, well, I don't know, he might just be lying. Maybe he did. On Twitter, he's been talking shit about, well, why was this pedophile there? Why was this pedophile at the park? Did nobody ask that? We see he's not really a pedophile. He has kids. Kids were at the park to play. So, good job, Matt. Let's see what Matt says. Let's go back to this. Let's not let the narrative get too weavy wobbly.
Extremely viral across every major social media platform. Here it is.
You call him the child? Did you call the child the word? It is my own business. You call him a Okay, why don't you have the balls to say it right now again? Okay. All right, that's what you say.
And that woman is now 600,000, over 600,000. Let's see what it's at. Help me protect my family. Oh, sorry. I've been talking at 600. The bitch's bag is at 200. Sorry, I said 200. $724,000. $724,000. Just a damn bout. Let's see who we got. That's all the Nazis already got. Ben Shapiro gives $25. Mark Lamont Hill. Yeah, bullshit. 20 minutes ago, monkeys go back to Africa. I want you to keep, I'm reading through some of these. Monkeys go back to Africa again. Nick Digger. Tigger Knits. I don't even need to fucking read this shit. Whisper to me hard R, please. For God, Empress Shiloh, White Power. I wanted to read through some of the names being shown here because these are things that have been already talked about. Matt Walsh knows these are the people in the same line defending him. If you go into the comments on Matt Walsh's tweets defending Shiloh on social media, you will see a fucking Klan rally in the replies. He's aware of this. He knows exactly what he's doing. And he's going to tiptoe his slimy little fish-faced ass around this to make it seem like I just think the cancel culture mob needs to, this is a lesson against the left, and you never back down. And see, I of course don't agree with it. But here's the thing, Matt. There's the old adage of, if you're sitting at a table with 4 people and 4 of them are Nazis, you're sitting at a table with 5 Nazis. At a certain point, when you are surrounded so much by something, you become the company you keep. And it's getting to a point where, like, Matt cannot fucking ignore it anymore. And I truly, deeply think it's just a matter of time until he slips up. Why does he not just admit to being racist? I think he's gonna be. I think he's gonna be. No, my dog is chewing on a bone. Sorry. I think he's gonna be. I think we are not far from Matt Walsh just coming out and trying to say the N-word, and then I bet Candace Owens is gonna invite him on her show for it because, like, all right, let's get it. Let's fucking do it. God damn it.
You don't go digging through people's you dumb.
Nobody digging into your
A little kid just did, you dumbass.
That little kid, you call him a
Yeah.
The little child?
What if he acts like one, he's gonna.
Are you about to hit him? You chase him here?
He took my son's stuff.
So that gives you the right to call a child, 5-year-old, and the N-word.
If that's what he's gonna act
That's
like.
what you're gonna call him.
That's what he's gonna act like.
So this is I talked about this a little bit, but it is important to reiterate. Again, if Matt Walsh doesn't talk, I don't think he's going to mention these things. Because there are so many underlying ideas that bubble up to the surface of this white trash's racist outburst. Lady, fuck off, go away. Where you can clearly see by the way that she is defining what an N-word is to her, that this is not a one-off occurrence, that this is something she has already defined in her personal lexicon. This is not just, this is like you saw at the beginning, for example, Matt Walsh saying, trying to depict this, already trying to lay the groundwork, subconsciously for his audience, I'm sure, that, this is just a moment of anger, and this woman was just outraged. Bull fucking shit, Matt. In a moment of anger, you call somebody a bitch. You might call them a see you next Tuesday, right? Like, in a moment of anger, hey, whomst among us in a moment of anger has not said something that was maybe a little bit too harsh, that maybe you regret just a little bit? You know what I've never in my entire fucking life said in a moment of anger? A racial slur, Matt. And I haven't then said, well, yeah, if this person's going to act like insert racial slur, I'm going to call them a racial slur. You want to know why? Because the idea that she thinks a racial slur is good enough of a definition for somebody's behavior means that she already sees people in that way. It wasn't just a fucking woo-woo oopsie that she popped out there in the heat of a moment. She had the foundation of being a fucking racist before she came to the park, before she said anything. And this was just an outlet for her to be racist. It is why so many open racists, Nazis, white supremacists, pieces of shit are supporting her on Give, Send, Go. Because they see it as an outlet for them to also be racist out in the open, free of any kind of tangible consequences. And it is because of people like Matt Walsh that we're going to see this continuing to happen.
You know, that's a hate speech. And you can be recorded for that.
I don't give a
How much are we going to think? One of the things Matt Walsh has always had a preoccupation with is the idea that, like, there's no such thing as hate speech. I wonder if he's gonna fucking bring that up.
Huh. Okay, we'll see about that, what the internet has to say about you.
Now, before we continue with the story, which takes several more twists and turns, we should note a few things. First of all, we don't actually know for sure that the boy is 5 years old. That's coming from the man filming, who is apparently not related to the child. In the video, we appear to get a glimpse of the kid, and from the glimpse anyway, he definitely looks older than 5. Omar has additionally claimed that the boy is autistic, which we also have no proof of. And we have no footage of the actual encounter between the kid and this woman. Did she scream the N-word in his face? Did she mutter it under her breath? Did she say it about the child after he'd already run away?
So here to me, again, all of this asking, I'm just asking questions. It is in service of obfuscating from the main point that we know this woman tangibly used the N-word. She admits to it. And then she used it again in a way that defined her own racism. We know she used the N-word. We know she used it with a hard R in a racist way, and there's no fucking two ways to mistake that. Based on that alone, Anybody with common sense or decency or respect for other people should say, fuck her. She shouldn't get a fucking cent. But it makes you really wonder then why Matt is going through all this fucking work, all this fucking legwork, to be like, well, actually, we don't know. We don't know how old the child was. We don't know if the kid was autistic. It doesn't matter. To his audience, he needs to make it seems like it matters. He needs to make it seem like, oh, this is actually we need to get to the bottom of this because there's something deeper afoot. When it's actually a very simple, cut and dry scenario. The bitch is a racist. She said racist shit. People don't like racists. Unless, like the people supporting her, are racist. Fucking case closed. I solved it for you, Matt. You put your fucking little detective cap away.
We don't know. And as far as I've seen, we haven't heard anything from the boys' parents. We don't know where they were in all of this, if they were even there, which is very strange. So there are many aspects of this story that are bizarre and
it's actually not that strange, especially when you consider that Omar apparently cannot leave his house for fear of his own safety and the safety of his children. So no, Matt, it's not actually that strange. You fucking idiot. Sorry, I'm getting a little heated here. Your boy Max, thank you so much for gifting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Tier 1 subbies to Angus McDuffie, 1989 the number, Themporal, K Powers, Kenny Powers, and Krill-tacular. Thank you so much.
Unconfirmed. And here's another disturbing detail. The Somali man behind the camera, Omar, was charged a couple of years ago with sexually assaulting a minor.
Quote, many are calling him a pedo due to an older case where he was accused of assaulting a 16-year-old. However, according to court documents, the accusations were dropped and he was cleared of all allegations. I'm guessing this is a different person in Des Moines, Iowa. I don't know why it's not letting me look. Oh, okay. So, as we just saw, whether through his own incompetence, whether through willful negligence, Matt is just ignoring the facts of what actually happened and just accused a man who has not been charged with any crimes on his public platform of 3.21 million subscribers that he is a convicted pedophile, that he was found guilty.
And according to the local news channel KTTC, those charges were dismissed. A separate report by the local ABC affiliate adds that the charges were dismissed.
Okay, then Matt, why did you phrase it that way?
And according to the local news channel KTTC, those unconfirmed. And here's another disturbing detail. The Somali man behind the camera, Omar, was charged a couple of years ago with sexually assaulting.
He was not charged. He was accused, Matt. When you say charged, it brings up an idea in your audience's mind that he is guilty. He was accused.
A minor. And according to the local news channel KTTC, those charges were dismissed.
Also, I don't know what the fuck Matt is complaining about. That's apparently when he thinks kids are most fertile. That should be right up his alley. I don't know what the fuck he's bringing that up for.
A separate report by the local ABC affiliate adds that the charges were dismissed, quote, in the interest of justice, whatever the hell that means. But whatever.
Okay, continue, Matt. Continue.
It means now Omar, who was previously charged with sexually assaulting a minor, is at a playground with his camera out filming. So make of all of that what you will.
Make of all of that what you will. The fact that he was there with his children, as other news outlets have reported. Make of that what you will. Again, I don't want anybody to, I am playing this whole thing so nobody thinks I'm trying to skip over this, where he is very obviously, from the words he is choosing to use, trying to implant in his audience's mind the narratives that they're going to go forth onto social media and continue to argue in service of racial invective. That's what all this is for, by the way. This is also people will go repeat this garbage and make excuses for a woman who just wanted to say slurs to children. That's what it is. Give me a second. Alrighty.
So there are quite a few details that still need to be filled in here, but the saga continues anyway. What happened next is quite predictable. The social media mob went to work. They set out to identify this, at the time, anonymous woman and ruin her life, or worse. Here's one of the guys who got things kicked off. Watch.
God help us. She claims that other child took.
One of the guys. This guy does tons of stuff, by the way. He's always making videos.
Her son's belongings. That's what kicked this off. The guy who recorded the video is familiar with the other child. When he brings his children there, that child and his siblings are often there and play together. The kid she's going after has autism. He doesn't behave in a neurotypical way.
So, granted, I will concede the point here that there is no proof that the kid has autism. I haven't been able to find any. I don't blame the parents of the kid for not coming forward at all. And in the wake of all this bullshit, fucking I wouldn't. I think most parents, looking at the hatred and support for this horrid, just real bad person, would be like, yeah, you know what? We're staying inside for a couple weeks. We're waiting until this dies down. I think that's pretty understandable. But the idea that Matt is very likely going to try and, I'm willing to bet, spin this as like, oh, well, actually, we don't know if the kid had autism. While he's out here saying that a father who was at a park with his kids was essentially a pedophile. Fucking basically filming kids from the bushes. Is make no mistake, his whole take from that what you will, that's exactly what he's fucking aiming at. So it's kind of a tit for tat situation where you can see where Matt is exactly arguing from bad faith. You can see exactly the concessions he's taking but not giving as far as interacting with this story in any kind of manner that might undermine his overall idea, which is that actually it's good that this woman used racial slurs and made a shit ton of money off of it.
Even if he didn't have autism, nothing he could have done would justify her calling him slurs and pursuing him physically, which is what she says she was doing before this guy intervened. He said after he stopped recording, she sat down, hurled more slurs, told him and his wife that they should leave the country, and then got on the phone and acted like she was calling someone to come down there and handle things. Fortunately, no one came, and eventually she packed up her child and left. But this woman is a danger to children. She doesn't need to be on a playground or around other kids. And she has at least one child of her own, which is also concerning. So Rochester, Minnesota, someone do me a favor. Take a close look at her tattoos. You can see her face clearly. Someone please tell me who she is.
Okay, so she's a danger to children. She shouldn't be allowed at playgrounds. She shouldn't be allowed at playgrounds, not the guy that was charged with sexually assaulting a minor.
Again, not actually charged. The charges were dismissed. And Matt, you'll see how derisively Matt said, like, in the interest of justice, whatever the hell that means that somebody accused somebody, and then in the interest of pursuing actual justice, Matt, there was not sufficient evidence to pursue those charges. So they were dropped. Means he wasn't found guilty. Matt, you should know this, Matt. You've been accused of being a pedophile yourself, buddy. You have been caught on camera saying, well, actually, a 16-year-old is, that's when they're most fertile. This is just science. You've been caught on camera multiple times saying, let's just say for the sake of argument that you find a laptop sitting on the side of the road with child porn on it. Is it morally wrong to go and interact with that? These are words that have come out of your mouth, Matthew Walshathy. So I guess if we're going by the court of public opinion, you could say Matt Walsh has been charged with being a pedophile, charged with assaulting a 6-year-old. If fucking anybody saying anything without actually being proven in a court of law counts, I don't think he wants to go down that fucking road. Yeah, he has said both of those things, by the way. You can go watch it. I featured clips of him saying all of that shit in much more depth and entirety in my videos on Matt Walsh, the sad, miserable mind of Matt Walsh, part 1 and 2. They're both on the channel, so go check those out. Add them to your most watched, or your should watch. Worshipper of the Olympians, thank you for $5 Canadian. A horrid. See you next Tuesday. Indubitably.
But he says, please, internet, find her, and countless others joined in. And in some cases, they were calling for the woman to be imprisoned for saying a bad word. Watch.
Share. I'm trying to find the woman.
So here's another thing that I love when conservatives do, is they take one person's argument on the internet, which, like, okay, here's the thing. I don't know if y'all spend a lot of time on the internet. I unfortunately do. It's kind of my job. People say a lot of dumb shit. There are a lot of dumb motherfuckers out here. People say a lot of funny shit, but people say a lot of people say so much dumb shit on the internet. The idea that you're just going to take random people who might agree with one thing or another and then try and label an entire movement under them it's really all the right wing can do. Right? Because you notice there's not like politicians coming out and speaking on this generally. But conservative pundits like Matt Walsh are. You don't really have left-wing pundits saying anything except more rational things. So they have to go to outliers on social media who might slip up, who might say something a little bit too radical, a little bit too over the line, that they can catch and be like, aha, see, this is what the entire left thinks. So anyway, let's see what this lady says.
Who called the little boy the N-word, the 5-year-old little boy, artistic boy. She needs to be found and locked up. So please tap in.
Now, there are many other videos of people hoping that she would be found and physically assaulted or killed. Some were even threatening violence against her baby that you can see in the video. Here's one example.
He said, hey, TikTok, I just got a real quick question. So we all know what happened with Shiloh Hendricks and how she got all this money, right? Off all the wrong reasons. But you know what? It is what it is at this point, right? So I'm just sitting here thinking, what about the baby? What about the baby? Because technically that baby is going to grow up and be part of the Triple K. That baby might grow up.
See, again, some fucking TikTok goofball talking about how the baby might grow up to be Mega Hitler. And this is the argument that Matt Walsh is wrangling. I'm going to be real. I wasn't fucking surprised. Or I wasn't expecting this. I don't know what I was expecting. I was expecting this. Like, this is stooping so fucking low. Yeah, oh, Haruka Tenno, you noticed that? Curious how he found 2 black people to put on black. Haruka Tenno, curious how he found 2 black people to put on blast and 1 white guy. Yeah, much to think about. It's... Yeah, no, he's treating this as a genuine threat to the baby. Of course he does. Of course he does.
To be Hitler. That baby is going to grow up and probably be the worst of the worst out there in the world. And you know what? I don't want that baby policing children that look like me. I don't want that baby growing up doing anything else that to people that look like me, all because it was taught that. But since, unfortunately, CPS is not going to be able to do nothing, what should we do? I think you guys should let me know in the comments, because part of my thinking was, start a GoFundMe, you know, raise about $1 million, go slap the hell out that baby, make that baby brainless or something for a while. At least you still get to live.
So first off, he's literally saying like, oh yeah, the baby will like it's very clearly a joke. Raising $1 million to go slap a baby. First off, that's pretty good. That's a pretty good bit. Second off, Matt, aren't you well, I was gonna say, like, aren't you supposed to be on the side of like, oh, we can't make jokes anymore because the left is against comedy? You're fucking, you can't do a slap a baby joke. Yeah, like this is so obvious that, okay, I want you, because I see some people in the chat being like, oh, well, it's, you know, maybe he's joking, maybe he's not. He's talking about raising $1 million to slap a baby so it doesn't grow up racist. He's joking. I don't know this person, never seen a video from him. Believe me when I say he's joking, right? And Matt is taking this as a genuine threat to the baby, even though he's very much saying like, yeah, the baby will still live.
I mean, it just might be a, you know, but hey, that's what happens when you grow up with racist ass parents. You gotta eat their consequences.
Now, I would say that encouraging people to beat a baby unconscious is worse than saying a bad word.
First, no, Matt. No, Matt. Making a joke about slapping a baby is not worse than being a racist piece of trailer trash yelling at children. It's just not. It's not. I'm sorry, Bucko. It's not.
To a child, a lot worse. And yet there's no mob forming against that guy or the dozens of other people who hit like on that video. So this is all unfolded as you would expect.
Again, I want you to notice, it's very subtle. If you're not attuned to the frequencies, to the intricacies of how Matt's incredibly marble smooth mind works, as I am, you may not notice what he's doing here, and he's laying down a groundwork of comparison for that person, this again, random person he just seemingly pulled out of the ether, who's very much a joke, making a joke here, and the person that Matt is so intent on defending, the white bitch who called a child a racial slur, who not only called a child a racial slur, but then proceeded to expand on her own racialized definitions for what that slur entails, revealing her to be an open racist who just thinks of people in these terms, right? And he is comparing and contrasting these two with very subtle little things, like him saying, well, nobody's saying that the people who like this video, this very obvious joke video, nobody's saying, very curious how they're not canceling them. And the comparison there for him, for Matt, is going to be the people who supported Shiloh Hendricks, who, again, we already looked at how they went through. You go through, you can go look right now if the fucking Give Send Go is still up. You got the fucking Fourth Reich in the replies there. No shortage of people slyly putting in little references to the N-word, praising white power and all that bullshit in there. That's, to Matt, that's the equivalence, the false equivalence he wants to give between people who liked this, again, obvious fucking joke video and open white nationalism and racism.
Up to this point, leading to the
RDY2810, thank you for subscribing.
Police Department is now actively investigating the woman, and others began calling for CPS to get involved and remove her child from the home. For example, there's a guy we'll put up on the screen who wrote a letter to CPS, which he published on his website, claiming again that Shiloh's a danger to her own child and that the child should be taken out of the home. And pretty soon, with thousands upon thousands of people whipped into a pitchfork mob, she had been identified by name, but not just her name. Her phone number was posted all over the internet, her address, her social security number, her alleged places of employment. People were calling her phone and making death threats and then bragging about it openly. Again, so far this story is following the script.
I'm not saying none of that happened, but I do find it curious how, Matt, you're going to post the joke as evidence of something happening instead of the actual things that you say are happening. I find it very interesting.
That we all know by heart. A random person is caught on camera doing something rude or offensive. The video is posted by some third party, usually somebody who wasn't even involved in the incident. And then thousands of sociopaths set out to destroy the person's life and possibly get them killed, all for...
Possibly get them killed. I've seen people saying that this woman needs to get her brakes beaten off, that this bitch needs to square up. I've seen other women saying that. I have not seen anybody, and I'm in pretty hardcore left spaces. I'm in spaces that are pretty fucking against this. I have yet to see anybody call for her death. Matt. Just saying. But again, they want this potential to overshadow the idea that, oh, this is cancel culture, and actually apologizing is bowing to the mob. Ty Spoons, thank you for subscribing.
Sport as a form of like sadistic entertainment. Nobody stops to think about the consequences. There's no consideration of proportionality. Saying the N-word to a child in a moment of anger is bad.
Again, I want to, it's so clear what he's fucking doing to cover for the fact that he actually just thinks this is okay. He thinks just slipping up and racializing a child in a moment of anger. I've already talked about this, but it's so obvious. In a moment of anger, that doesn't excuse it, Matt. And it wasn't just a moment of anger. As we heard her say, well, if he's going to act like an N-word, I'm going to call him an N-word, is what she said. That means that's what she already thinks of black people. That is how she has internalized the idea of blackness. That is what you are supporting, Matt. That is what you are trying to counter and defend as being, well, it's just a moment of anger. It's so transparent. It's bonkers. It's bananas.
Is it so bad that it warrants the total and permanent destruction of a person's life? Is it so bad that they deserve to have their physical safety and the safety of their family put in jeopardy? Is it so bad that...
So here's the thing. Does this person deserve to die for this? No. But, say it with me now, Joker voice, we live in a society, right? And I think there is something to the idea of consequence. Social consequence. Should she be brought up on charges? Probably not. She's just a bitch. But if you think of it in terms of being a group or a tribe, if there's a member of the tribe who's doing something that nobody else likes, think of it as a fallout. Everybody disliked that moment, right? Fucking blowing up Megaton. Everybody disliked that. Think of it in those terms. I believe there should be social consequences and social ostracization for antisocial behavior like this. So, if this woman is getting called out and harassed because she is at her core a hateful piece of shit, I can stand back and say, well, I'm not going to harass her. But if other people want to use their free speech to let her know that they're not fucking okay with her, that should be their right. But oh no, this far outweighs the... No, Matt, that's how it's supposed to work. That's how the social contract works. If you're doing something nobody else likes, motherfuckers need to let you know. But he wants people to be able to skate by without those kind of social consequences. That is how the ideas that he supports continue to thrive. When they aren't called out, when they aren't pushed back against, when the Nazis aren't being pushed out of your punk scene. It's like, oh, we can't just have a difference of opinion. Oh, the leftists are gonna not invite people to their Thanksgiving dinners. It's like, yeah. Because you have to cut out the antisocial elements from a functioning society.
They deserve to have their child assaulted? Is it that kind of bad?
Again, that was very
now, to
clearly
the social
a
media
joke.
mob, the answer is always yes. It's always yes, that is.
Yeah, Lauren Ambrose, I don't remember Maddie Walsh denouncing his Nazi followers who threatened to kill, sexually assault, and physically harm me. Yeah, you may notice Matt doesn't really like being called out on the fact that his mentions are full of blatant open white supremacy and Nazism. Like, literally go down into his comment section, you'll see people really, really loosely throwing around words like the blacks in a way that just makes you go, hey, Matt, you want to fucking do something about this? But he won't. He won't. See, when people do things in my community, in my comments that I don't like, y'all were here a couple days ago. I had somebody come in here and say like, oh, well, I wish you wouldn't be so mean to people who like lolly. And I told him to fuck off. Get the fuck out. I don't want that shit in my community. I said no. Because that's, again, if you actually take part in a social contract and you aren't just trying to manipulate your audience, you should have a responsibility to help tailor it. Worshipper of the Olympians. Think of it as, thank you for $5 Canadian. Think of it as a contract. I had somebody message me on Blue Sky because apparently that person went to complain to somebody else that I was being like intolerant for that. That like, oh, I don't know why these left-leaning spaces don't have any like tolerance for like they every time I go into a left-leaning space they're so mean to lolicons. I'm like, I'm gonna fucking keep being mean to lolicons. And I was very clear. If you like fucking Spy X Family, if you like Madoka Magica, if you like shit that just incidentally happens to feature kids as main characters, I don't really care. I don't really give a shit. If you like shit that is sexualizing children, get the fuck out. Simple as. If you watch VTubers whose models look like 6-year-olds with tit physics, get out. I don't want you in here. Get out.
Provided that the offending stranger fits certain parameters. And the most important parameter is that the person, the offender, is white. And we all know how this script ends. The offender, in a desperate attempt to call off the dogs, tearfully apologizes and begs for mercy, a mercy that they surely will not receive. But that is where the M. Night Shyamalan twist ending comes into play. Because Shiloh Hendricks did not apologize. Instead, she posted a crowdfunding campaign on Give, Send, Go, where she doubled down and defended her actions and asked for help to relocate and get her family to safety.
So he's already praising, and I again, I want to, this is where this issue is so transparent for Matt that you can just go and check on all the things he's saying to see like, oh, it sure seems like, Matt, you're just, you know, you peel back a layer, you're just supporting racism. Because he's praising, oh yeah, no, she doubled down. She's not apologizing to the woke cancel culture mob. My name is Shiloh, and I've been put in a very dire situation. I recently had a kid steal from my 18-month-old son's diaper bag at a park. I called the kid out for what he was. That's still up. That's still the way she phrased it. I called the kid out for what he was. I don't need to remind you what she's saying he was. An N-word. She thought that was an acceptable way to label a child. And by extension, Matt, in supporting this GoFundMe, and not, oh, she doubled down, Matt is also supporting it. I wonder if he's even going to fucking say, like, well, I don't agree with this, I would never do this, which is fucking bullshit. Like, come on now. Irish DC, thank you for 100 bits. Before the lollies go, if they can form an orderly cube at a small guillotine in the corner, that'd be lovely. No, go, Gru. Don't want to click on that.
And then a double twist. A different group formed to counter the outrage mob. They started donating to her campaign, and she surpassed her original funding goal in less than a day. Within 3 days, she had earned over $500,000. Now she's somewhere north of $600,000.
Matt, what's that other group? What's that other group, Matt? What's the other group, Matt? He's just dancing around it. Fucking... My man could be on Broadway doing the Nutcracker with the way he's dancing around shit. A different group. What the fuck is the group, Matt? It couldn't have anything to do with the white power and all the N-words in the fucking donation replies. What's the group, Matt? Yeah, no, states' rights to do what, motherfucker?
$1,000. So the woman who was supposed to have her life ruined by the mob is instead on her way to potentially becoming a millionaire. Now, this twist, as you can imagine, has outraged the outrage mob even more, but A large number of prominent people on the right are also horrified by this turn of events. Just as one example, Colin Wright tweeted, "The woke right is now mirroring the woke left's tendency to glorify and martyr immoral degenerates solely based on shared racial identity. This woke one-upmanship is a race to the very bottom." Many conservative influencers and commentators, many of them who I like and respect, have echoed this sentiment. They say that, the people donating to this woman are behaving no better than the left. They say that this is the right.
Again, do we think he's actually going to go and look through the replies? Do we think he's going to go and look at who's actually donating, Matt? Somehow I don't think so. Somehow I don't think so. I bet not. I bet not.
Version of the Carmelo Anthony fundraiser that also raised $500,000, even though he stabbed somebody to death, which I hope we can agree is far, far worse than saying a bad word. Some have even speculated that this whole thing is some kind of psyop meant to delegitimize the movement and make conservatives look racist. To that, I must assure them, despite how it may seem, that not everything is a psyop. There are things that really just happen in life. Some things do just happen, and I think this is one of them. Now, I understand that some people on my side feel, to put it scientifically, icky about this whole thing. I understand why they feel icky. I understand why they don't want to condone saying racial slurs to children. I don't want to condone it either, and I don't. And nobody really does.
You do, though, Matt. You do. By you praising this woman, you are praising her actions. By you supporting her, standing up to the cancel culture mob, you are supporting the thing that brought down this cancel culture mob upon her. By you praising her, doubling down for calling a child what he was, you are supporting her. You are. Like, as much as you want to say, well, I don't, you do. Just at least fucking be honest about it. Like, Jesus.
But I think they're missing the point.
There's the but. There's the but. There's the but. There it is. Oh. Yeah, and now he's going to fucking sell us some dog shit.
In the past, most people enjoyed genuine privacy. What changed? Well, the internet. Now every search, browse, and tweet becomes to and profit from your hackers on public. I don't think they understand what's actually happening here or why. It is, in the end, a net positive that this woman has raised $500,000. I'm glad she has. I hope she raises $1 million.
Again, this is a direct contradiction of what was saying. See, Matt is more in favor of pissing off the woke mob and saying, oh, people shouldn't be canceled, than he is any kind of actual principled opposition to saying a racial slur. He just admitted as much. Like, what? What are you talking about, Matt? What the fuck are you talking about?
I will not be joining with some of my conservative friends in wagging my finger at her donors, and I'll explain why.
Oh, please do.
First of all,
please do, buddy.
She does have a legitimate need for the money. The mob is truly trying to get her killed. I don't believe that a woman should have her life threatened for saying a word, even a bad one. And you could say freedom of speech, but not freedom from consequences for your speech, all you want. But if losing your livelihood and having your house burned down is a consequence.
Which, again, there's no proof of any of this. She hasn't come forward with any proof of this kind of harassment. I'm not saying she's not getting harassed. I've seen people, but it is completely within the realm of what I would think is completely fucking acceptable social consequence. And you are free to say whatever you want. You are not free of the social consequences. The consequences are paid in full, motherfucker. So this idea that, like, oh, she's just, like, she's being, oh, her house is going to be burned down. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, Matt? Where are the death threats that are just happening so rampantly that you're talking about? That necessitate this fucking instant sum of wealth? Huh? Or is it just that you are trying to legitimize your point by any means necessary? That you are catastrophizing the worst possible outcome for your side? Again, paying no heed to the man who was recording, who has now gone on record in the news to say that, oh, he can't leave his house, his family is afraid because they're getting harassed. Doesn't really give a fuck about him, the person who he basically accused of being a pedophile, who had charges dropped against him. No, it's the N-word lady. She's the one who, she needs our support because nobody deserves to have their livelihood taken away for harassing a child. This is the people always saying protect the children. Everybody really just living it out there.
Consequence of your speech, then you do not have free speech. Supporting free speech means supporting someone's ability to speak without having their family murdered for it.
Okay, her family isn't being murdered for it. Next fucking point, Matt. Like, what? I don't know what grand fucking brilliant brain maze you think you're leading everybody on, but it is so transparently obvious that he arrived at this conclusion the second this happened. By the way, there was no like, would it be a principled stance? Maybe this is the morally correct thing to do. It's like, no, he started out being like, yes, I am going to defend the lady who said the racial slur. That is it. There's no evidence that, her entire family is being threatened to be killed. He presented, much like he presented very little evidence for anything he's saying, little to no evidence for anything he's saying. There's no evidence that her home is going to be burned down. There's very little evidence that she was forced to flee, which apparently incited the need for raising $250, then $500, then $1 million, as more and more racist and white nationalists poured in.
Okay, I mean, that should be pretty obvious. Second, more importantly, and this is the part that I really need everyone to stop and think about. This is the most devastating attack on cancel culture that we have seen, possibly ever. Shiloh Hendricks has, without really trying, effectively ended cancel culture, as Mark
ended cancel culture. Again, you'd think that Matt might consider for a moment who he is allying himself with when he's talking about, these are the people who are finally ending cancel culture. $10,000. $5,000. 1776. Exodus 2015. Average white man gave $14.88. White Lives Matter, $14.88. Tired of this N-word BS. These are the people who Matt is accepting an alliance from to cancel culture. And there's two 1488s there. That's the people Matt is going like, yeah, they're the good guys here.
Dice said in his video about the incident, Shiloh is the final boss of cancel culture, or maybe rather the final boss that cancel culture has to fight. And I think that's right.
Oh, wait,
and this is the part that many conservatives seem to be missing. All they see is that this woman said something bad and is now getting rewarded for it.
You'll notice, I can't help but notice that he hasn't mentioned what she actually said since the very beginning, where he couldn't not state it, but he just keeps saying, she did a boo-boo. She did an oopsie. She said something bad. Because again, I feel like he wants his audience to forget what she actually said by this point. He's covered it in so many layers of bullshit that I think he's hoping that even them will be like, yeah, I guess it wasn't really that bad. Silent tremor. What does 1488 mean? It's the 14 words, which is, we must secure a future for our children or whatever the fuck, which is a Nazi slogan. And then 88 assigns to the 8th letter of the alphabet being H. So it's HH Heil Hitler. They're not great at codes. I don't know what you want me to say. Irish DC, thank you for 100 bits. Seen a video going around the other day of Cummins Prison in Arkansas where prisoners were working in cotton fields with guards ever seeing on horseback. I know. We all know slavery isn't really abolished, but that blatant. Oh, yeah. No, yeah, yeah. Slavery is completely legalized in America. Like, don't make the mistake of thinking it's not. Like, this is why privatized prisons are pushed for so much, is that they can use they can basically use people as a labor force for production. Like literal slave labor. And they don't have a fucking choice. Anyway, I will be right back. My my partner is here to grab something really quick. Okie dokie. Whatever works for you. Fair. Do you want to say hi to the people? Oh, word. You want to say hi to like 600 people?
Okay. What's going on? Hi.
Hi.
I'll see you later.
Mwah. Okay.
Thank you guys. Bye. Bye. Have fun.
You too. Mwah. Be safe. Hey yo. Oh. Everybody's saying oh.
The whole thing is so unsavory that they can't help but recoil. And yeah, it is unsavory. You wish that Shiloh had said or done something that we could affirmatively defend. That would be much easier. Nobody wants to affirmatively defend cussing out a 5-year-old, even though I don't think the kid's actually 5. But
again, it's not cussing out. It's being a racist piece of shit, Matt. That's what you're defending. He can't even bring himself, like, even when he's trying to seed the ground, like, well, nobody really wants to defend this. He can't even fucking bring himself to be honest about what he's actually fucking defending. You are such a spineless little fish-lipped worm. God.
None of that is the point. The point is that the only way to put an end to this routine, the routine where the outrage mob mobilizes and assembles to destroy somebody's life, is to disincentivize the routine. And the only...
So again, I want you to consider for a moment, because he has acknowledged the idea that this is being seen as social pushback, that this is the consequences of somebody exercising their free speech. But I want you to think for a moment, because I know he knows he's exaggerating the threat to this woman. Her family doesn't deserve, like, her family might be entirely killed and have their house burned down. Come the fuck on, dude. Come the fuck on. I know he knows he's exaggerating that shit, but beside that point, I want you to consider for a moment, if yelling at a child, like I said at the beginning, if yelling at a child, calling them the N-word repeatedly as a definition of their personhood, not as just an insult, not as just a whoopsie, not as just a slip of the tongue, saying, if they're going to act like an N-word, I'm going to call them an N-word, a definition of their behavior, of their existence as a human being, dehumanizing them, a child. If that is not enough to draw even the fucking faintest bit of criticism from Matt, Because he hasn't. I want you to notice, he hasn't. He says, yeah, like, I wish she wouldn't have said something in anger. He has done everything in his fucking power to vocalize the idea that, like, this was just like a regrettable little slip-up whoopsie-doodle. Maybe she should have said something different in the moment. If that's not enough to get Matt Walsh to go, like, yeah, this shouldn't have happened. Yeah, there should be some social consequences. What do you think will? Because I honestly don't think there will. Unless it's, again, something that infringes on his idea of what the social order should be. Go look at, this is a point I've brought up many times. Go look at the way he has defined black people and white people. Whenever there's a violent altercation, Daniel Penny, hero. Any black person who does anything, they're roving bands of savages and animals. This is the dude. It doesn't fucking get past me. This is the motherfucker who had the gall to write a movie and name it Am I Racist? Bro. Huh?
The only way to disincentivize that behavior is to reward the person who's being targeted. Now, we can complain all we want about the mob tactics and how they silence and punish people and exact vengeance in wildly disproportionate ways. We can condemn it. We can write think pieces about it. We can deliver monologues.
Matt, you'd have to be able to think to write a think piece. It's implicit in the title. What is this we? You got a mouse in your pocket that knows Microsoft Word? I don't know this fucking we can write think pieces, Matt. Come on. You're not that guy.
None of that matters. None of that will stop them. The only thing that can stop them, the only thing that will make them think twice about doing this again, is if they know that instead of getting their target canceled, they might accidentally make them rich. And more important, even than the money.
Silly Spirit, thank you for $4.99. As a banjo player, that goddamn banjo he has makes me so mad. If my significant other buys me an instrument, I'm sure as shit learning to play it. Oh yeah, I don't think he knows how to play either. He's basically saying the only way to stop. So his argument here is framed in this grand notion of what conservatives see cancel culture as, where if somebody did one thing once, they don't deserve to have their entire life canceled over it. Oh, big fucking whoop. What's his face got drunk and had sex with a girl when she said no. Does that mean he should lose his entire career over it because it happened 30 years ago? Like, this is yeah, you're a fucking horrible person and people should face more consequences, Matt. Like, that's what's up. Because guess what? They fucking don't right now. The world run according to people like you, Matt, you don't face enough consequences for what's happening. But his solution to that, for when people already don't face enough consequences, is that, well, if we pay people who are racist, if we pay everybody, if we reward people for being racist, that's a better outcome than anybody facing any kind of social scrutiny or pushback for being a piece of shit. Brilliant, just stultifying political analysis. Fuck, man. It's a good thing Daily Wire is actually circling the tube. Uniball, thank you for $20. The reason Matt is doing this, beside the fact he's racist, he's making a bet on where conservatives are going. Look at the comments below Shapiro's video on this. They're becoming more openly racist and anti-Semitic. Oh, yeah. Like, don't get me wrong. Matt won't be at the... I'm making a bold prediction. Hello, dog wants to say hi. Dog was like, well, Pink's got to give you a kiss on stream. Why can't I? Do you want food? Okay, I'm gonna go feed Lady really quick. I'll be right back. Hey, baby. Yeah. Ho. Hello. Yeah. Okay. Unite the Right Part 2. I... Oh, woof. Hello. I don't know about Unite the Right Part 2. I think we're in a very different place socially than we were when the first Unite the Right rally happened. Irish DC, thank you for another 100 biddy. Lady probably senses you're agitated because of chin pubes defending the racist old hag and is trying to calm me down. She is not calming me down. She's trying to jump on me. But I do agree that I think Matt kind of Zombie Kitty. She is a lab pit mixed mutt thing. I don't know. She's a lot of stuff. I do agree that Matt kind of sees where the wind is blowing. And I do agree that I think Matt is... Oh, yeah, my bold prediction. I don't think that Matt will be at the Daily Wire a year from now. The Daily Wire... Jose, I put out a video I haven't had a chance to watch. I really want to, so don't spoil it for me. But the Daily Wire is... it is in a state of upheaval. And it has lost two of its, I think, biggest personalities. With Brett Cooper and Candace Owens, who is apparently doing sufficiently well on her own, spreading just fucking wild anti-Semitism. I think Matt Walsh is one of the last big holdouts because Ben Shapiro's open support for Zionism, which, of course, like he wears a yarmulke on camera. Like, he is the Jewish, like, token of the Daily Wire in so far as it like has or needs that kind of representation. But I think his bloodthirsty Zionism has really distanced him from the audiences that are being cultivated by the kind of public personas of people like Michael Knowles and Matt Walsh, where they have managed to cultivate people who like are openly racist, unsurprising with Matt Walsh, are openly transphobic. And I don't think Michael Knowles has the sauce to make it on his own, and I doubt Matt Walsh really does. I think if Matt tries to strike out on his own, it won't. Without the capital of Daily Wire, I don't think Matt really like makes a difference, makes a dent. I really don't. Yeah, Candace Owens seems genuinely mentally ill now. Yeah. And I like without Matt, like I think the weird crossroads Daily Wire is at is that Matt is continuing to be at odds with people like Ben Shapiro, who is one of the people who spoke out against Matt's take on this. And I think that I don't know what the Daily Wire does without Matt, because the only video ventures they've done that have had any kind of impact are his dumb little undercover fucking excuses for documentaries. And I don't know what Matt does without Daily Wire, because without their resources, he couldn't have put films in fucking theaters. Like, his name is not, like, if he gets ousted from the Daily Wire and fired, who the fuck is he going to go to make his shitty fucking videos? InfoWars? That being said, I don't know what, like, I can't predict the future, but I really don't think he is long for Daily Wire. Which is a good thing. I think it's been an interesting experiment to watch unfold, the Daily Wire, with their trying. It reminds me, so I'm working on a video right now with OAN. Yeah, maybe. I'm working on a video right now with a friend of the channel. That will be a collaborative effort. I don't want to announce who it is yet, but I think people will be overjoyed. But it is specifically looking at post 9/11, early 2000s conservative media. And that includes looking at Glenn fucking Beck. And if you were there, take this off while we take a little Matt Walsh break. If you were there in the early aughts, during the rise of Beck, you probably remember the ways in which he tried to diversify and expand his media empire, right? Through books, through trying to do like the Blaze TV, through like so many fucking books, trying to write fiction books and thrillers, and I think Jose has some really good fucking videos about that. And he even had the fucking the Christmas sweater, the goddamn it was like a stage play, like a traveling play. Was it a one-man show? Might have been a one-man show. Anyway, he so vastly overestimated his ability to deliver on all of these big-ass ideas, and more importantly, overestimated the wider audience beyond loyal conservatives, which is very much what it seems like happened with the Daily Wire. Where they tried to like fucking touch the ground and feel like, oh, there's a change coming, and people don't want all this liberal woke Hollywood propaganda, so we're gonna make our own Snow White. And it's like, how'd that work for you? I don't think it did. I don't think it did very much. I'm just gonna say. Anywho. Oh, hello, dog. Hello, dog.
They must know that their attempt to isolate and ostracize somebody will fail. That for every person condemning the targeted person, 2 more will rally to their defense. You know,
Matt, you are talking again about somebody being racist. You are saying that, oh, we need to send a message that for everybody who says being racist is bad, there are 2 people who will say 1488, racism is good. Like, what the fuck, dude? Like, you really think you're fucking fooling anybody with this shit? Wild.
Motto of the cancel mob for a long time has always been, make this person famous. And a lot of them were saying that about Shiloh. Let's make her famous. Now, the assumption is that the fame will have an exclusively negative effect on the person's life. Making them famous means making them unsafe, making them bankrupt, making them persona non grata. With this case, that assumption has been flipped on its head. Because now the mob knows that making them famous,
it's actually a good thing. You see, now the mob knows that if you call out a conservative, or not even a conservative, because we don't know. I truly, Shiloh does not fucking just strike me as somebody who really gives a fuck about politics. She just seems like racist white trash. Like, I don't think she could tell you who, like, fucking Stephen Miller is, for example. But it is funny that Matt's entire thesis basically comes down to, you gotta let people know that if they're racist, you support them. That you won't back down, that's actually super cool and good. You're so smart, dude.
might help them more than hurt them. Rather than the fame being punished, it's rewarded.
So what you are saying, Matt, again, he thinks this is some kind of pragmatic approach, that this is some kind of brilliant political analysis he's offering. Functionally, the only thing he's saying that he's taking all this time to work up to is that he wants a world where people can be openly racist, judge children based on the color of their skin, dehumanize them, and not only face no consequences, but be met with nothing but rewards. Incredible. Incredible. It's just like I didn't ever expect him to be this mask off. Wild. Uniball, thank you for another $5. You're forgetting the third option. Daily Wire ousts Shapiro and makes Matt the figurehead. Oh, they denounce Zionism because their base goes full Nazi. Here's the thing. That would probably actually make them more money, but they wouldn't. Shapiro is too ensconced in the Daily Wire's like brand and identity as like a company. Like Shapiro was there before Walsh. Walsh was brought on after, because Matt Walsh used to do like articles for the Blaze and shit, or is it articles? No, he had because he had his dog shit blog, and then I think he had a blog on the Blaze. Ugh. Anywho,
That's the only way to stop this. The making them famous tactic now has a powerful disincentive attached. Think of it this way. Justine Sacco is widely considered the patient zero of cancel culture. Back in 2013, she was on a flight to Africa when she tweeted jokingly that she hopes she doesn't get AIDS when she gets to Africa. And when she landed hours later, you're probably familiar with the story.
I'm not.
She discovered that her tweet had gone viral across the country. The mob had made her famous, and she lost her job. She was cast out of polite society. Her life, as she knew it, was over. And our culture.
Okay, so again, ever the master of the false equivalency, he is now saying that very tasteless joke. AIDS is something that a lot of African communities still struggle with. People die all the fucking time over there. People suffer and live with it all the fucking time over there. Is it a good joke? No. Is it racist? A little bit. Is it tasteless? Most definitely. Is it different than a woman dehumanizing a child? Yeah, Matt. It is. You're right. It is different. Why don't you talk about that? Why don't you talk about how it's different? What graded card is that? Oh, this is my sweet little baby. This is my pride and joy, my serialized Edgar Markov. That I need to actually get it. So here's the thing. I want to fucking sell this thing because I don't need it. I don't play Edgar Markov. But it is from PSA. This is time for Jordan's side story hour. It got a 5. Now, I showed this to some friends who spent a good 5 minutes looking it over, trying to figure out what the fuck, because I basically told them, hey, try and figure out why it got a fucking 5. 5 out of 10. And they spent a good 5 minutes looking it over, because the case is completely, like, transparent. And they couldn't fucking figure it out. And so I told them, yeah, the thing came back, and apparently one of the corners is slightly, not like hard bent, but is slightly curved. One of the corners is slightly curved. The edging, perfect. Centering, flawless. Even the fucking, the sticker's a little off balance, but like y'all can see from the camera the fucking foiling bussin', right? Shoe note here. Yeah, the card, it does affect the value. It affects it by several $1,000s, as it turns out. So what I want to do is send it into a different If you grade it recently, it's because PSA is high turnover and basically pays a minimum wage. Yeah. I sent it into PSA because I've never gotten a card graded before. And when I got, because this is serialized. Like, I forgot to mention that. This is a numbered card. There are only 500 like this in the world and only one with this number, 399. So when I opened this, I was like, sweet baby Jesus, I've never gotten a serialized card. It was the first pack I opened of Innistrad collectors. I'd been looking forward to it for weeks and weeks. I love Innistrad. I don't get collector boosters very often, so I was like, and I fucking opened it in a sushi restaurant because I'm like, what, I got a fucking Cultivator Colossus or whatever the fuck. And I opened this, and I was like, Max Potion grade was, I think I'm going to go with CGC, honestly, because I do want to sell it. But if I sell it now, it's like $2,000, $2,000 versus if I can get it at if I get it regraded, somebody can get off the PSA case, put it in a CC. If I get it regraded and it goes to 8, for example, that's like $4,500, $5,000. I'll sell that in a fucking heartbeat because I need that money more than I need a card. But it's this weird investment thing where it's like, if I can spend $100 to get it regraded somewhere and then get more for it, I think I'm just going to wait until I have the money to get it regraded. Did I get it in a collector's box? No, I've never fucking bought a collector's box. Oh, there are people at the store who will be like I have a friend who's really excited for Final Fantasy who's like, yeah, I'm going to get 2 collector's boxes. I'm like, I don't fucking... That's money. I'm not well off right now. And part of that, I've spoken about this a little bit. Part of that is just like the doldrums of the opening of the year. But like J-Con, yeah, that would go new house money is what that would be. I mean, I'm selling a bunch of decks, by the way. I'm selling a bunch of my commander decks. It's called artificial scarcity. That card will eventually be worthless. No. They're not going to reprint the numbered serialized Edgar Markov in that variant. Where are you selling them? If y'all want fucking cards, like hit me up in like Twitter DMs. Because I sold a couple, right? I sold one deck at a shop for like $120. I have a couple others that I want to sell. How much is a box? Let me... Final Fantasy Collectors. Oh, collector's box. No, I need to go MTG. Yeah, there you go. Fuck, man. $479. A collector's box of Final Fantasy is going for $479. And because pre-orders are going out, those are getting more expensive. Here's TCG Player. They have it for $663 for one box. $630 price tag. Yeah, I'm not fucking... I might get a deck, but like the price hikes on this shit is fucking bonkers. Bonkers. $1.99 from P. Hannah. We all broke out here. Here's a little help. Thank you very much. Yeah, well, and the problem, sure, Paragon, is that, like, with tariffs and stuff, this inflation for a hobby is just going to get fucking worse. It's just going to get fucking worse. Like, which... Yeah. Anyway, yeah, let's get...
As we knew it,
finishing
had
the
also
show.
been changed irrevocably. Now, I wish that somebody had started a crowdfunding campaign for her all the way back in 2013. I wish that while half the internet was trying to wreck her life over a dumb joke, the other half had made her rich. I wish people had donated $500,000 to her. I wish they donated $1 million. I wish they donated $50 million. And that's not because I think an AIDS joke is worth $50 million. It wasn't that good of a joke. It's not because I think that Justine Sacco is some great hero. It's because that would have destroyed cancel culture in its infancy. The entire incentive structure around this online left-wing version of mob justice would have been broken right at the start. If they made her famous and she profited from the fame rather than being ruined by it, then the make her famous tactic would have died right there, and that would have been the end of it. But it didn't die there. Instead, the mob was emboldened.
No.
Mob justice worked out really well for the mob nearly every time for the next decade and a half. Now that's finally changed. And you don't have to like Shiloh or agree with her choice of words to see that. Speaking of her choice of words, there is another point that...
Oh, Matt, are you finally, 17 minutes into this 23-minute segment, are you finally going to address the fucking elephant in the room? The fact that she said a racial slur and you've been talking about how she needs to be rewarded for it? Oh, please, come on. Come on.
I think has to be made here. The mob that tried unsuccessfully to cancel Shiloh Hendricks was far, far more outraged over Shiloh saying the N-word than they were over Carmelo Anthony stabbing somebody to death. Indeed, many of them actively supported Carmelo.
You cannot simply argue something on the merits. You have to resort to whataboutism. Incredible. Incredible. He cannot say, like, he cannot just sit and be like, wild. He has to bring up an entirely unrelated fucking issue. Dog.
Anthony murdering Austin Metcalf. They rewarded him financially for it. And this is all part of the preposterous racial double standard that has defined American culture for generations now. It is a double standard that declares it a greater crime for a white person to say a word than for a black person to kill a white person. In fact,
in what fucking world, Matt? Over 500 Carmelo Anthony's. Accused murderer. Matt, they've raised $524,000. He is trying to depict this, oh, it's so much worse. People see this as worse than a black boy killing a white kid. The woman saying the racial slur got rewarded more for it, Matt. The reality that you can just go and look at goes against your entire fucking argument, Matt. Gila Hall, thank you very much for following. Racist hate crime. I don't really care about this.
Killing a white person could even be a just punishment for saying that word, according to these standards.
Oh my God.
The rules surrounding this word, the moral weight granted to it, the arbitrary guidelines drawn around it, it's all nonsense.
He has not the first fucking idea about the moral weight around this. And it's not for lack of, I'm sure, him learning or people trying to explain it to him. It's because he doesn't care to learn it. Have a good night, Juno dear.
All indefensible on both moral and intellectual grounds. People are fed up with it. That's what you're seeing in this story.
People are fed up with not being able to say the N-word. That gets right down to it. That's what you're actually saying here, Matt. People are fed up with not being able to say the N-word. Just come out and say that. Just come out. Just fucking say it, dude. Just say it. I know you want to. I see it in your fucking shitty Alan Wake cosplay ass metrosexual tiny hands jacket self. Just fucking say it. Just say it.
People are just fed up with it. Now, that child, if he's like the average black child in this country, did not hear the N-word for the first time from a white.
Oh boy. Matt, we're doing this, huh? Not only are you defending Shiloh, but you're also going to start speculating on the average black child. Do you think he's going to fucking say he heard it in rap music? Do you think he's going to give the old, well, if the black people can say it in their music, why can't I say it? Do you think he's going to say it? Do you think? I think he is. I think he is.
Woman at the park last week. Okay? He's no doubt heard it thousands of times. He likely hears it every day. He probably hears it in his own home. Are we supposed to believe that he's heard the word 1,000 times, but it's time 1001 that really traumatized him? I mean, the idea that the word is a common greeting for one race, but unspeakably evil.
It's because it's not the same fucking word. You walking bottle of fucking mayonnaise. You dipshit who looks like somebody gave a fucking bag of Wonder Bread a fake beard disguise. It's not the same fucking word, Matt. I understand you don't have like a lot of friends, don't take part in a lot of like social engagement, so you probably don't understand the concept of going into other social strata and social circles and having to deal with different kinds of signifiers. But it's not the fucking same, you moron. This saltine-ass motherfucker,
if uttered by a different race, is laughably ridiculous. The idea that one race can say the word 10,000 times a day.
He's literally saying it. He literally wants to be like he's literally doing the, well, they could say, why can't I? Matt, if it's so ridiculous, if it's such a big deal, or no, if it's not that big of a deal, if it's just, oh, it's so ridiculous, which you clearly, through all of this, you clearly don't think Shiloh Hendricks did anything wrong, or at least not worth castigating, not worth any kind of tangible consequences. If it's not that big of a deal, Matt, just fucking do it. Do it. Fucking cracker.
And the other race cannot speak the syllables under any circumstance, even if they're just repeating what someone else said or singing along to a rap song. That idea, again, is totally indefensible, which is why no one has ever tried to defend it. Instead, it's just yet another, racial rule of the road that we're supposed to follow without ever asking any questions about it or expecting anyone to explain it or justify it. People are sick of that. It's just that simple. They are sick of it.
Chris Bartolini, what the fuck are you talking about? Show me Chris Bartolini, you disingenuous little fuck, in my YouTube chat. I'll believe the left when they super care about racism when they keep the same energy for black nationalists. Show me a black nationalist with 3.21 million subscribers. Show me a black nationalist right fucking now who has the reach and platform of people like Matt Walsh, okay? In fact, show me 10 of them. Because that's the industrial complex of conservatism right now, who are making these fucking arguments. Well, if you care about this, but you don't care about it when it's coming from some random ass TikTok account talking about Yaqub. It's like, yeah, sorry, I don't fucking care. If the Nation of Islam is out here fucking making arguments for black nationalism and it has a national membership of 500 people, I don't give a fuck. Ooh. Guess what? The things they say are not being taken seriously by people who are actually making legislation, who are actually deciding laws in this country. Unfortunately, we live in a dipshit society where people like Matt Walsh are listened to like that. People like Chaya Raichik are listened to like that. So when they start getting on that level, then we could talk about, fucking black nationalists, blah, blah, blah. Until then, fucking miss me with that shit. And it stops supporting Hamas. Fuck off. Why does reach matter? Seriously? Why does reach matter? Why does the influence somebody has matter to what they're saying? Why does the influence that they exert over other people and the ideas that they get out there? That's you right now, Chris. Little baby back bitch. So this is a stupid argument that you're making. No, it doesn't make sense. What about the black nationalists? When was the last time anybody gave a fuck about, like, the fucking black nationalists? What reach do Nazis have? My brother in Christ, I know you just got here, but we've been talking this whole time about how Matt Walsh, again, 3.14? 3.21, sorry. 3.21 million subscribers. What is the Shiloh? Has been lifting up and supporting Shiloh Hendricks' GoFundMe. And let's just go down culture, not race. Ours is better. Blacks for white privilege. Bullshit. They are the missing link. Carmelo is a monkey. Who's raising up Nazis? Who's raising up white nationalists? Let's look at the top donos. Buckaroo. Oh, 5 days ago, average white man gave $14.88. Go look up what $14.88 is, by the way. You have no evidence that Nazism is popular. Matt Walsh isn't a Nazi, bro. Tell you what, if the Nazis are supporting Matt Walsh and Matt Walsh is saying that, oh yeah, actually it's good that people are supporting him, guess what? I don't buy your fucking pedantic arguments. If you want to sit here and make, here's what you shouldn't have done. Here's your big fucking mistake. You decided to start off by criticizing, saying, oh, the left needs to stop supporting Hamas. And then you want to turn around and have a nuanced argument about who is or isn't a Nazi. I bet your entire argument is, well, actually, they don't call themselves Nazis, and they're not actually National Socialists, so they're not really a Nazi. But then you're going to turn around and say that people advocating for a ceasefire in Palestine, oh, you're actually supporting Hamas if you don't. Get the fuck out of here. I'll call Matt Walsh one. I'll call you too. Don't be a bitch-ass cracker in my fucking chat. Fucking mods. Get that ass banned. Fuck off.
Now, it is simple. If it's wrong to say the word, then it's wrong for anyone to say it. If black people want white people to not say the word, then they need to not say it. If you say it, everyone else can say it.
Slashy, yes, you may contribute something to the conversation. Matt really wants to say it. I mean, we've known this for a while, but like, Matt really wants to say it.
Point blank, it's that simple. That's how life works. Deal with it. No, you can't do that. You can't say, well, no, we can do this thing, but you.
Oh my gosh, he's actually. This is one of the first times. I think it's rare. Yeah, she was saying it explicitly to cause harm. Yeah, thank you very much. $2. Like she was saying it specifically to dehumanize a child. That is what Matt is supporting. We've talked about this. I want you to note how often Matt stays at the same lukewarm, well, this is actually this, and this is this. And that this, white people not being able to say the N-word, is the thing that raises his decibel just a skosh, just a little bit. I want you to know that. Like really notice this. This is what he's getting fucking passionate about. I'm gonna go back a little bit here.
Now, it is simple. If it's wrong to say the word, then it's wrong for anyone to say it. If black people want white people to not say the word, then they need to not say it. If you say it, everyone else can say it. Point blank, it's that simple. That's how life works. Deal with it. No, you can't do that. You can't say, well, no, we can do this thing, but you can't. Doesn't work that way.
He's actually mad.
It does not work that way.
He's actually fucking pressed.
For a long time, it was indefensible, and it's just not going to work that way anymore.
Then say the word, Matt. You want to say it so bad. He's like, oh yeah, that is what this all fucking gets you. He can't even, oh, this is great. This is great for him. He can't even condemn the saying of the word. He has to be like, no, actually, it's good that cancel culture is over. And he can't even just leave it at that. He has to keep pushing it because his real goal, this is the real thing that he's praising. Not that cancel culture is over or canceled or whatever the fuck. But that, oh, yes, now we'll show all of them that white people, we can say the N-word too. Tiny ass little hands having.
Sorry. And no matter who is saying it, it's not any worse than any other slur or vulgarity. It's not special. The word is not magical. It's not some kind of mystical curse.
It's not special. Matt has no. I don't want to say this. Because I know Matt has read history books. I know Matt does read. And I know he has a fixation with history. Now, I'm almost assured he does not go out of his way to imbibe anything really critical of America, American history, the founding fathers, the racism inherent in almost all of our fucking systems. But I am positive that at some tangents, he had to have come across the justification, the understanding of why a black person might get mad at a white person calling them the N-word. The historical understanding of the suffering, the subjugation, the dehumanization, the brutal, agonizing, hereditary suffering that word can summon to mind. And how that is now weaponized against people because of an immutable characteristic. I know he's aware of it, but it doesn't behoove his argument to acknowledge that. Yeah, Slashy, you're absolutely right. The woman was saying the word explicitly in a way that debunks his argument. Yeah, his whole like, oh, it's just a word. It's not that bad. Like, blah, blah, blah. She was saying it to dehumanize a child, Matt, and you fucking know that.
It's not some kind of dark incantation that conjures evil spirits from the netherworld. It's just a word. It's a vulgar word. It's a rude word. It's a word that I believe polite people shouldn't say for the same reason they shouldn't use any other vulgarity. I'm using N-word right now instead of saying the actual word for the same reason that I would say F-word or C-word instead of those actual words. Those are vulgar.
Bullshit. Bull fucking shit, dude. Bull fucking shit. He's like, I wouldn't say profanity. I wouldn't say the F-word, just like I wouldn't say the N-word. Dog. I know for a fact you don't think the F-word and the N-word are the same. You don't say the F word because you need all of your YouTube videos to be monetized. You need to get that bag. You fucking idiot. Oxpecker, thank you for $5. Dude is like, you got no proof Nazism is popular. Name one example. Literal richest man in the world, Seek Highling. Yeah, like, oh, you have no proof Nazism is popular. Dude, go on Twitter for 5 fucking minutes. Go on Twitter for 5 fucking minutes. Miss me with this shit. Miss me. Fuck off. Quell came out. Thank you very much.
Words, but that's all. The reflexive, indefensible, capricious, vacillating racial double standards are over. People are fed up with them. They are fed up with the game and they don't want to.
He should have just come out and said this, saved us all an hour. Like, he should have just come up and said was like, oh, I see this as an end to racial double standards and white people can say the N-word. Because that's what this comes down to. You fucking psychopath. What?
Play it anymore. And that's all that this word has become. That's all that our quote-unquote race relations have become. A game.
No.
A game with arbitrary rules and incredibly...
It's not arbitrary at all, Matt. These things are actually quite easy to understand if you're not a fucking fish person. If you are not a fucking eldritch spawn, what comes from underneath the sea. Like, most humans, they get it. They say, hey, don't fucking use that word. Okay, I won't. Somebody uses that word. They get shit for it. It's a pretty fucking easy conundrum to figure out, Matt. This guy would have a hard time fucking escaping from a finger trap. Soft Cup Server, thank you very much for tier 1.
Excessive punishments for anyone who breaks them. It's like the societal equivalent of a child, trying to walk on the sidewalk without stepping on a crack. Eventually the kid gets bored with it, starts walking normally again, because it turns out that if you step on a crack, you're not really going to break your mother's back. The rules are fake. And eventually people get tired.
Matt, if the rules are fake, Say the word. If it's over now, say the word. I dare you. You fucking lumberjack cosplaying bitch, I fucking dare you. Say the word.
Tired of following them. Telling white people and white people only that they can't combine two specific syllables under any circumstance. It's like telling them they can't touch their head unless someone says Simon Says. Okay? They're not going to play the game forever. White guilt is the fuel that keeps all this going. White guilt is what convinces white people to follow arbitrary rules that make no sense, to tolerate, even defend a system that's rigged against them with blatant double standards.
Oh my God,
it's what's compelled white people to...
The system is rigged against... Oh my God. I need Matt Walsh to fucking go on, like, just completely unscripted, because it would ruin any further career he ever fucking has. The idea that the system is rigged against white people. The system that rewarded a woman for harassing a child with $726,000 is rigged against white people, dude. You can't fucking make this up. It's rigged against... Incredible. His mind, it's like just fucking bouncing nickel off of it. Oh my, just so smooth.
Acquiesce to a culture that says that, you know, every race can and should defend and root for their own, but white people, and white people only, should not be conscious of their race at all.
Dude. His autism is taking hold. His hyperfixation with words and definitions where like, well, I can't be proud of being white, and white people aren't supposed to recognize their own race. It's like, no, that's not necessarily a problem. You can be proud of being Finnish, Swedish, German, Dutch. Who cares? The problem is that you motherfuckers racialize it too much. You're like, well, I'm not just proud of being Dutch, but being white is actually better than everybody else because we made the Western world. And that's where your head is at, Matt. I know that, like this is the dude who argues in favor of fucking manifest destiny. Like, come on now. Come on. You're not fucking fooling anybody. Anybody. Ayo, thank you for 7 months. Hey, my eldritch patron has a better grasp than Matt.
None of it is fair or morally coherent. And the Carmelo Anthony case, where a black teen raked in $500,000 as a reward for stabbing a white kid to death, was, for a lot of people, the final straw. The final straw of many, many straws. It is no surprise that the Shiloh Hendricks case comes on the heels of that. You know, a lot of people online are fretting that this is the beginning of some kind of race war. But I don't think it's a race war, and it's certainly not the beginning. I mean, there's been a war waged on whiteness for a long time in this country. So this cannot be the beginning of anything. But it may be the end of something.
A war
the end
waged
of
on
racial
whiteness.
double standards. The end of cancel culture.
He thinks he's fucking spitting right now. There's a war waged on whiteness, and this is the end of double standards. Dude, I was gonna cut this video out for a while. No, war waged on whiteness. That's going on the fucking thumbnail. That's so good. That's so fucking good. Yeah, no, he's out here fucking spitting the 14 words. What a fucking pussy, dude.
This is an ugly story in a lot of ways. But if history has shown us anything, it's that ugly things die ugly deaths. If you'd like to see what else I have to say, you can access my full show.
What the fuck are you talking about, dude? Ugly things die ugly deaths. Wow, what a fucking move over Faulkner. God, this wordsmith just capturing the soul of the heart of America. That's crazy. Wild. You mean Lemming Kebabs? I mean, I guess he is stupid, but not stupid. No, I understand that he, like, I don't want to depict Matt Walsh like Trump. I know he's being facetious. I know he knows what he's fucking doing. But what he's doing is fucking stupid. Like he is foolish to take his audience for such a ride. Norbus, thank you for subscribing. I imagine how he talks her now. Ugh. How the fuck are white people oppressed because they're white? Yarrow, his mind is just a death trap. Nobody's meant to make sense out of it. All right. Well, that was hotness. I was not expecting Matt Walsh. There's a war on whiteness. That's pretty crazy. That's pretty crazy. His eyes never open. Why? I've never noticed that. We have. All right. Let me check with my partner what they want to do. That's not anything. Weird. Riverboat Jack raid. Riverboat Jack is raiding? Mr. Anti-Fascism, thank you very much. Melodic Euphoria, thank you for following. I don't know. How are we feeling right now? I want to see. We could do, yeah, I don't know. Something I want to ask me about? Yeah, go for it. Oh. Oh. Yeah, I did, Yumi. If someone wants an interview, how do they contact you? Twitter or Instagram or landmark court case. She needs all that. Are you talking about Marcy Rangan? Slashy, are you talking about Marcy? Yeah, no, I did see that. I figured it was AI. How do I make proxy MTG cards? Thank you, the dude rolls. I talk to Marcy like every day, Slashy. I have a video where I interviewed her. She was on my charity stream. Oh no. Oh no. Why'd you send me the Rat King? Yeah, no, I text Marcy all the fucking time. Okay, give me 1 second, chat. You're good. Yeah, Marcy the Crab Farmer. I still need to make a stream highlight of that and put it out. I think I'll do a stream highlight of the Matt Walsh thing we just did and then do that one next. Because, all right. I'm trusting y'all. I'm putting a lot of fucking faith in y'all for this. This better be... Don't give me trash, chat.
So you're going to see this happen a lot more. Now, there's going to be a lot of people that aren't going to have any jobs pretty soon. Like, I would definitely say, like, that's, you know, you have the, what is that, the 9 leaving Minas Morgul. Like, oh, fuck, man. This is insane. And so you've got Rivendell here. Yeah, so if you are an artist, this has been a really bad week for you. And I want to promise you that it's going to get worse, okay? So if you're an artist and this is upsetting you and you're worried, I want to promise you that it's only going to get worse. This is only the beginning. There will be like...
I so deeply hate this person. This is a great example of somebody who needs to be smacked and never got the way that they needed it. Yeah, no, he pulled it. Well, Stephen White, you missed the important point. That not only did he pull a dead animal from his attic because it was smelling, but he fell through his fucking roof.
Man-made horrors beyond the comprehension of the human mind. You don't even know what it's going to be like, right? And I would focus on a career change. Yeah, exactly. And focus, like, go be a plumber or something like that, right?
I'm bored. Let's watch Family Guy funnies.
Okay. I don't... Okay. I don't... Alright, give me a second. Yeah, I don't get it. I don't get it. I think he's just trolling, but I still hate it. Yeah, he got replaced by AI. Okay, alright, yeah, explaining the joke. Okay, yeah. React bot, making reactors obsolete. Okay, alright, I see I didn't have the context of React bot being, okay, I suppose. Is this what the kids call Fortnite? What the skivity, or what the fucking, or I guess Riverboat Jack's still up? What the fucking scallop, bro? Yo. Tarkir. Ooh, booster box game. I do fuck with the booster box. How do you debunk an Easter egg? Where are you seeing debunk Easter egg? BBB bingo. Bingo. Ohio skate, Judy, you're so skibbity, you're so Phantom Tax. Also, Neely from Leftist Cooks came out. So you should go say hi. Crimes New Roman. The confusing world of polyamory. Nah, not really, bro. Not really. Dear God. All right, sorry. Yeah, I watched one video from Papa Meat on it was okay. It was all right, but I don't know, there's sometimes it led me down a rabbit hole of like cuz I was kind of looking for different like like Magic the Gathering content creators, and I was hoping the YouTube algorithm would lead me astray. And there was one that was just a fucking God, what a cock. Like derogatory, negative. Just a fucking dickhead. And I knew I wouldn't fuck with him because in like the first 10 minutes he was deriding other people who disagree with him. It was like, fine, you could just be a fucking NPC. And I'm like, oh, okay, so you have no higher brain function. All right, cool. All right, word. When will random straight people stop making videos about polyamory like they know anything about it? I mean, it's the problem with videos like that is that you have people who I think come to like I find explorations of things that people aren't familiar with interesting if they engage with them in genuine interest, if they engage with them in a way where they are like, yes, I want to learn more about this. Most of the time that's not the case. Ayo, thank you for $5. Asthma Turd found a second rotting animal in his house, like it damaged the house because it was dead so long. Corporate carrots, my friend is poly and they make it look exhausting. It shouldn't be. I've had multiple partners like kiss me on stream and shit. Like I don't know why people think it's exhausting. Always thought they were off comment. I just had somebody come kiss me earlier. Which streams? This stream. I had one of my partners stop by really quick, like an hour ago. Yeah. How do we feel about watching? Because I feel like I can stream for a little bit longer. How do we feel about? And I need to get my stream hours. I need to get these fucking donos up. I need to put in this work. How do we feel about starting the new Jose video? We fuck with Jose in this shot. Seven Tono. It's only exhausting if you try to outlast all your partners in bed. That's not a problem for me. Nobody's outlasting me. You can dislike a tweet? Is that why they fucking switched it all around and it's completely nonsense now? I'm just looking at my Twitter likes now. Never enjoyed or cared to have casual sex. Could not be my ass. Have you heard anything about the Luigi trial? Just that there's evidence that came out that that might get the fucking case thrown out, it sounds like. I cannot imagine any jury convicting him unanimously at this point, and I think that's pretty fucking cool. Let me see. Yeah, sorry. I meant to see when my partner wanted me to come over. I have potato knishes stuck in my head. Chat, what do you know about potato knishes? Yeah, polyamory, by the way, polyamory is not just fucking random people. Like I have multiple committed relationships. Do we need to watch? I feel like a lot of people don't know about potato knishes, and I feel like I need to. Yeah, chat, we're about to learn. We're about to learn today.
Potato knishes. Potato knishes. I love potato knishes. This machine creates potato knishes. This is where I make potato knishes. The magic and the mystery of potato knishes. Little black squash balls. This machine creates little black squash balls. It turns potato pancakes into little black squash balls. This is where I make centipedes. I sure love to make centipedes. I turn little black worms into centipedes. I turn little black worms into centipedes.
So, I don't know anything about this. But I'm going to see more of this Rat Boy Genius stuff. This is like hypnotizing in a way.
Yes, I do. I'd like to go real fast, so do you. Roller coaster, 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 roller coaster. to go.
Okay. This is not as much of a banger as potato knishes. Hit me with another. All right, wait. Hit me with another potato knishes banger. Because these are not. This does not please me in the same way. All right, let's do popular. Damn. Potato knishes fucking tearing it up. A Little King John Nightmare. That sounds fun.
Boy, I sure am tired. I'm looking forward to a good night's rest.
Oh, shit. All right.
Baby.
Hello?
Happy man. You stole my factory. That was not very nice.
I tried watching, I got really, really high a couple weeks ago, and I tried watching the critically acclaimed children's classic Food Fight while ridiculously blazed. And I think, this is really what I was looking for. Montana Schmidbauer has, thank you for $2. Weird time to enter my second dead domain stream. Horror knishes. All right, let's get down with horror knishes. This is where I make potato knishes. This is where I make potato knishes. Let's fucking go.
Potato knishes. Potato knishes.
Okay, it was very cute. That's very cute. I like that. Potato Knish is official. Epic orchestral remix. What the fuck? What the fuck?
Potato squash balls. Potato squash balls. I love potato squash balls. Garnishes. This machine creates potato squash balls. This is where I make potato squash balls. The magic and the mystery. Potato squash balls. Squash balls. This machine creates squash balls. It turns potato pancakes. Squash balls. This is where I make squash balls. I sure love to make squash balls. I turn little black worms into squash balls. I turn little black worms into squash balls.
It just fucking sits there. Oh, what a great thing. That's pretty good. Papa, the dog of wisdom. What? My cat is meowing at me. Watching these is giving me a weird feeling. Max Potion TCTTD, you're pretty. Thank you. Thank you. That's pretty good. That was pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. Koth YouTube poops. Koth the guy what was taken by ooh, yeah, no, we should do actually, yeah, let's do Very Tall Bart, friend of the channel. I saw it was like a prison the other day. I was watching Eden is Online, watch my Brianna Wu video, and fucking Very Tall Bart came into the chat, and Eden was like, oh, Very Tall Bart, and I wanted to be in the chat, like it was that one fucking meme of just being at the gate like, let me in, because I didn't have my phone number verified and I didn't want to go through all the rigmarole of doing that. And so I was just like, well, fuck me, I guess. Just watching two people I know interact and talk about me, and I like from afar was like, hello, and they just didn't see me, so it was fine, I guess. Like, whatever, fuck me. Roy Patty, thank you for subscribing. Modeling, thank you for following. Imbecile 3 days ago. Great.
He did this. It made me a freak. They're all my memories. You need a hospital. No. I need revenge. I need revenge. I need to make him gay. I won't rest. I won't rest until I'm killed.
Bandicam.com.
And a big welcome home to my favorite chicken. I made some chicken, but I also heated up some authentic German
dinner. Sorry I'm late. Honest to God, a
chicken
was attacking a
chicken. Ooh, chicken.
Honk honk.
Nice. Mark was getting ready to tell us how interesting his day was.
I had a pretty interesting day.
Oh, that's great, son. Just great.
For sure.
This is so exciting.
Ongoing repeated fuck-ups of monumental number.
Hey, we put our dicks on the line every single day.
Shut the fuck up. You're slow. Unprepared.
That's a little harsh, Cecil.
Shut up, Rex.
Hey!
Sex. Gay sex.
That's a little harsh, Cecil.
Shut up, Rex.
Whoa, slow down. What's up?
Cecil asked me Mount Amber, but I left Mount Rushmore waiting in the room, but I left Amber waiting in Mount Rushmore, but I left in the room waiting in Mount Rushmore, but I left Mount Rushmore waiting in Rushmore, but I left Amber waiting in the room, so I was
Good. I mean, not good. That's the tricky part of the job. Balancing what you want to do with what you need to do. I need your help.
I can't believe you put them up to this. Made them lie to me, too.
Just listen.
I don't have to listen to anything you say.
Mark, look, I made a mistake.
Mistake?
Sus.
No, you don't get to call me that anymore.
I'm a fucking walking paradox. No, I'm not. Threesomes with a fucking triceratops.
He's been on a fucking kick, I guess. You know what I would love to see? I would love to see if Very Tall Bart is gonna do non-political stuff. I would love to see you know it'd be fucking killer? Bethesda games. Very Tall Bart taking on like Skyrim or Fallout. Like that's good shit. That's good shit.
They're murderers, they're drug dealers, and they are, in some cases, criminals. And this is probably true for all presidents.
I've never seen anybody take as much as he's taken.
Nobody else can do it.
It's disgusting. It's not good. How do you deal with it?
Get grabbed like you grab a beautiful little baby. You grab your baby.
I think President Trump is a good man, and he's wrong.
My fellow Americans, get ready for an incredible speech. We will defeat inflation using Sesame Street, fish, mice, and other things. Stop it. I've already signed an executive order requiring a mandatory death penalty for everybody. And our country will be woke. I renamed the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of Eggs. Burma. 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 Ball so hard, motherfuckers want to find me, and they did. They did. And we are going to add Burma to smash.
I'm not going to kill any more time. Let's kill Elon Musk.
Legalize cum? Yeah, legalize cum.
We'll take some questions. Elon, go ahead.
Sure.
We don't want you to do that.
You're orchestrating a hostile takeover of government.
Yes, it's totally obvious.
And it is very corrupt.
This is not something that people want.
Okay? Thank you. Thank you.
Oh God, I love these. Okay, all right. What? One more. We haven't watched any of his stuff in a minute. Ham. Bebo. Miss, you are fine. Pregu. Poke. I don't know why they're so fucking funny. God is dead? Oh, they made a God is dead one? Oh, I gotta fucking... We gotta...
Hey.
How was your flight?
Wonderful.
It was like a 30-hour flight.
Wonderful.
It was like a 30-hour flight.
Wonderful.
It was like a 30-hour flight.
36.
It's like a 30-hour flight. Wonderful. It's like a 30-hour flight.
Nice to see you.
I'm Professor Ratz. This is Philosophy 011000011101110111011101110. I understand some of you here are liberal. Now it would be your turn to leave. I'm out. Bertrand Russell, Friedrich Nietzsche, Ayn Rand. Towering intellects, all of them. This semester I propose that we refuse to waste our limited time together debating the existence of the French, our limited time together debating the myth of a benevolent, all-powerful soup. In short, God has somehow died. Now, fill in the papers I've just given you with 3 little words. God is dead. Excuse me, Mr. If you cannot bring yourself to admit that God is God, you will need to defend the antithesis.
Yeah, or I could commit suicide in front of a live audience.
Yoink! Give me that! You must never tell Baba. Swear to me you will never say anything. Swear!
You'll have time to meet Mina for lunch.
I can meet Mina for lunch.
Mina for lunch.
Mina for lunch.
Lunch.
Lunch. Just need to do some meaningful lunch.
I'm him. Have a nice day.
Here's your keys. C's.
Thank you.
Satisfaction is guaranteed. Sign here, and if you can just initial there, and one more there, and then one more right there, and then one more right there, and one more there, and then one more right there, and one more right there. When we need.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Do you hate God? It's not even a question.
Okay. Why do you hate God?
This is ridiculous.
Why do you hate God? Answer the question. It's a very simple question, Professor. Why do you hate God?
Because God took everything away from me. You've proven nothing.
Maybe not.
I'm out.
God. Oh my God. Oh. All right, I said one more. I mean one more. One more. Oh.
Let me tell you about a young guy. He was the man. He lived a long way from here in a town called Illinois. When he strolled down the street, all the finest babes would hope that he would get murdered. He was the man. They called him Slimmy.
Who are you? Why are you me?
I was running a scam on you. That was the plan.
Have a great time.
Yo, where you going?
Oh, wait, can I say something? I don't deserve to die, but they deserve to die. They're insects. They don't deserve legs.
Break their legs. Agreed. It's not enough.
Turn them inside out.
Colombian neckties.
People don't change. You're Slimmy. I worked my ass off to get where I am. And you suck these nuts and suddenly you're a horse? What a joke.
I thought you were proud of me.
I'm game.
Wait, sheesh. Hamlin, McGill. More like screw you.
Jimmy.
You take me? You piece of shit! Oh, my tank used to work on this! I don't know what to do! No wonder Here we go! Is this it? Chuck! Chuck!
Jimmy, that's enough. You need to step away.
You've been accused of 4th-degree felony breaking and entering, which carries a maximum $5 fine, petty misdemeanor assault, maximum $6 fine, plus criminal damage to property with a max $4 fine.
Could you state your name? Charles L. McGill?
Objection.
Sustained. We just need to hear what happened, Mr. McGill.
Mr. McGill, I'll try to be brief. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Objection.
Sustained. We just need to hear what happened, Mr. McGill.
Objection.
Sustained. You've taken all the leeway you're getting, Mr. McGill. Wrap it up fast.
Can we talk about your disease for a moment? It is sometimes referred to as EHS. It's not a condition, is it? 30 years ago, when I heard of peanut allergy. You do sound somewhat unhinged. Would you say that you're in possession of your faculties? I'm perfectly lucid. Do you have any evidence to support that you're in possession of your faculties? Thank you. Mr. McGill, I have only one more question for
Objection.
you. The state bar rests.
I don't really care if you cry.
I should probably watch. I guarantee I would probably find Better Call Saul funnier. Let's go. I think Riverboat is still up. I thought she rated me, but I don't think she did. So did I just see somebody? We can do Riverboat or Surus. Oh, hey, it's Dead Domain. That's me. How are we feeling? Riverboat, Surus. Riverboat, Surus. Decide amongst yourselves. I will be right back. Magic and the mystery of potato knishes. This is where I make potato knishes. This is where I make potato knishes. Am I not? Hello? All right. Everybody go over and say hi to Jack. Go like, subscribe, do all the things. Stay tuned to the channel. Go like, do all the thingies. And, yeah, potato knishes. Potato knishes on, y'all. This is where I make potato knishes. I like to make potato knishes.